May I welcome members to this first ordinary meeting of the full council to be conducted remotely. Strange times. Please may I have your attention whilst I make a few announcements about how this meeting will be conducted. This meeting is a public meeting held in accordance with new regulations which permit local authority meetings to be held by remote means. The meeting is being conducted using Zoom as the virtual platform and will be live streamed for the public to view by the council's public eye webcasting system. This will mean that the recording will also be available for people to view later through the council's website. Sheffield Live TV also plan to record and rebroadcast this meeting. To help make the meeting run as smoothly as possible, it is important that all participants in the virtual meeting room have their microphones on mute for the duration of the meeting. Please only unmute when I invite you to speak. This will help reduce the scope for noise interference. May I also suggest that all mobile phones and similar devices, including mine, are switched to silent in order to remove the potential for disturbance when speaking at the meeting. Thank you in advance for your cooperation for this. May I remind members of the guidance provided to them yesterday by the clerk, Paul Robinson, that if you wish to speak at the meeting, you should use the Zoom chat facility. To request to speak, you will need to indicate which item number you wish to speak on, and it is important that the message is sent to all panelists and not directly to myself. Paul will be monitoring the chat on my behalf. Sorry. And messages sent directly to me, as messages sent directly to me can be overlooked. Please do not use the chat facility for other purposes. Again, thank you in advance for your cooperation. The regulations on remote meetings require that members are able to hear and be heard by, and where practicable, are able to see or be seen by other members and by members of the public. In the spirit of this, please can I ask that members keep their cameras on for the duration of the meeting. The webcast will, from time to time, scroll across the screens of the virtual meeting room to enable members of the viewing public to see the participants at the meeting. Members of the viewing public may see members of the council looking away from their screens at times. This is because they will need to look at an additional screen or device containing the agenda papers. Please can I remind members that in addition to the published agenda for the meeting, an email was sent to them earlier today by Paul Robinson attaching a short written report which is to be considered at the meeting under item 7. This report has been published on the website. Finally, this meeting is scheduled to finish at 5:30 p.m. I propose to adjourn the meeting at an appropriate point midway through the proceedings to give members the opportunity to take a comfort break. Because item 8 is to commence no earlier than 4 p.m. due to other commitments of the Director of Public Health earlier in the afternoon, it is therefore likely that the break will occur before then and the meeting will reconvene again at 4 p.m. Thank you. Item 1, apologies for absence. I've got apologies from Councillor Julie Dorr, Councillor Jack Clarkson, Councillor Francine Johnson, Councillor George Linders Hammond, Councillor Peter Rippon, Councillor Peter Woodcraft. Councillor Sue Auckland is expected to join the meeting. If she is able to do so, her apologies will be recorded. Are there any further apologies, please? Okay.
Lord Mayor, Councillor Sue Auckland is down to join the meeting, but I've heard that she's retained at court. She's chairing a busy court case, so she may well not be able to appear. So if she doesn't come, can we record her apologies, please?
Thank you for that, Councillor Baker. Yes, we'll do that. Thank you.
Sorry, Lord Mayor, Councillor Johnson is here.
Oh, yes, I can see her.
And
yes.
It's really good to see her after her illness.
Yes, yes. Hope you're well, Councillor Johnson, Francine Johnson. Right, item number 2, declarations of interest. This item of business is to enable members of the council to declare an interest in any item on the agenda. When declaring an interest, the member should refer to the item of business state whether it is pecuniary or personal interest, and outline the reasons for the declaration. Does any member wish to declare an interest? If so, please unmute and speak. No. Okay, thank you. Item 3, public questions and petitions and other communications. Public questions can be asked and petitions can be presented at council meetings. Questions or petitions need to be submitted 2 clear days in advance of these remote meetings to allow time for myself as the chair of the meeting to decide how any petitions and questions received are to be presented at the meeting, and for invites to attend the meeting to be issued. There are 60 minutes allowed in total for ordinary petitions and public questions. For this meeting, 1 petition and questions from 2 members of the public have been received by the submission deadline. I have received a further public question, but unfortunately it didn't come in while very, very late. I think yesterday afternoon was the final thing that came in. So that question will not be on the agenda today. But if the questioner wants to either write to the cabinet member or bring it at the next council meeting or at the cabinet meeting later this month. At the appropriate time, the host of the meeting will bring speakers into the virtual meeting room to enable them to present their petition or ask their questions. Once a public speaker has spoken and received a response from the relevant cabinet member, the host will then return them to the virtual public gallery. Petitions requesting a walk with pride crossing in Sheffield. I have received an electronic petition containing 511 signatures requesting a walk with pride crossing in Sheffield. Eleanor Coppard wishes to address the council. Please can Eleanor be admitted to the virtual room? Thank you. She's coming in.
Hi.
Hi. Yes, you want to present your petition, please?
Yeah, so my petition is to ask for a permanent installation of the Pride Crossing. I launched the petition in June, and with the absence of Pride celebrations being in place in Sheffield for a much underrepresented part of our community. Obviously, the temporary crossing's been put into place outside the town hall, and it's been received really, really warmly. I've had people from Radio Sheffield, Expose magazine, and Now Then magazine express interest in it and get behind us to support this campaign. And I want to put it to the council to ask for a permanent installation of the crossing.
Thank you, Eleanor. Thank you for your question, and I'll refer that question to, can I call upon Councillor Bob Johnson to respond, please?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Eleanor, for bringing this petition. As you've already alluded to, on the 24th of June, the council installed a rainbow crossing on Pinston Street as part of the COVID temporary relocation of highway. The road markings have been implemented on a semi-pedestrianised area, but nonetheless in a prominent area and location. And I've got to say that I too think that they've been well received. Proposals to further enhance the public realm on Pinston Street have been developed. And although it was implemented as part of just temporary works on Pinston Street, we will look at trying to retain a rainbow crossing at some key centre, somewhere within the city centre. We just do have to make sure that it's compliant with regulations and appropriate traffic signals and signs are put beside it. But these are not major concerns, and the principle that a rainbow crossing in the city centre should be retained is something that I wholly support. So thank you again, Eleanor, for bringing your petition. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. And thank you again, Eleanor, for bringing the petition to council today. Please can Eleanor be returned to the public gallery? Thank you. Please can Nigel Slack be admitted to the virtual room? Okay. Where is he? Is he here?
There we go. Sorry, I had some issues with the
Good
video.
afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Slack. Could you
Afternoon.
ask your questions? Do you want to ask them 1, 2, 3, or do you want to answer them and have them answered separately?
Whichever is best for yourself, to be fair.
You normally ask them all together, don't you, when you come to
I
council?
do.
Yeah. So shall we do it that way then? That'd be okay.
Happy to do that. Just
Okay.
before I start, Lord Mayor, could you please pass my thanks to Democratic Services for sorting out the issue with the website this morning, because at one point it looked as if nobody would be able to access this meeting as the links had gone down. But they got onto it very quickly once I reported it, and I appreciate it if you just pass on my thanks.
Democratic Services are here with me. They've heard that. Okay. Thank you very much.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, question 1. Given the good news that the deal with the John Lewis partnership has been concluded and that the retail store will retain its presence in Sheffield, can Council now address the questions that I put at the last Cabinet meeting? Namely, what is the value of the capital contribution for refurbishment within this deal? Will this deal be an overall positive contribution to the Council's coffers or a cost? How many jobs are being safeguarded by this deal compared to current levels? And will the online turnover of John Lewis, reported by them as being 60 to 70% of their turnover, be included in the rent based on turnover? Question 2. The pressure from government to get children and their adult staff back into schools and to get people back into their offices seems premature considering the continuing and increasing levels of new infections each week. We've already seen a number of schools impacted by new outbreaks, and the same is likely inevitable in large office scenarios. Even in Sheffield, the situation is volatile, with new cases down one week and up the next. This week is double last week's at 179 from 85. Overall, the country's new cases per day are no better than when we went into lockdown. If we were a foreign country, we would demand a quarantine after travel currently. And local lockdowns are riddled with inconsistencies. Witness the idiots in Sheffield last Saturday. If this council does not feel safe resuming face-to-face meetings in the council chamber, why should this city be falling in line with the corrupt and now criminal decision makers of central government and condemning the families of school children to put themselves at risk? We may have a vanishingly small death rate, but each death is a person whose life has been cut short by a cruel and economically driven policy set by this government and not opposed by this council. And question 3, in order of precedence in current decision-making protocols, does planning approval trump the decision-making of cabinet members when it comes to decisions on leasing council land? Can a developer who is in negotiation with council over a lease force the hand of council to approve a lease arrangement by that developer gaining planning approval before the lease decision is made? Or should any planning decision be delayed until the lease negotiations and decision, including any necessary public consultation, be concluded? Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Slack. Can I call upon Councillor Mazur Iqbal, please, Cabinet Member for Business and Investment, to respond to question 1, please?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and hello, Mr. Slack. Nice to see you again. I agree with you. Fantastic news for the city. If you remember the retail quarter, John Lewis was part of the original plans. 7 years on and committing to Sheffield is wonderful news. We know that stores up and down the country have unfortunately closed. Major retail anchor, and it's great to have them in the city. It gives me an opportunity to thank my colleagues for persevering with me for the last few years while we got this deal across the line. Your first question regarding capital contribution for refurbishment. Unfortunately, I can't disclose anything because the value of this contribution is subject to a procurement process, which will be led by John Lewis and partners. So at this stage, it will prejudice their commercial interests. I hope you appreciate that, Mr. Slack. The second question is this will this deal be overall positive contribution to the coffers or a cost? As I said, it is great news for the city. Retaining a major anchor institution such as John Lewis just doesn't benefit John Lewis or the city centre, but it's positive news for the city. And just last weekend, Radisson Blu, the new hotel operator within the Heart of the City 2 scheme, has signed the agreement. So they've now tied up. We've got the New World Trading, which is a restaurant runs the Botanics. They've also signed on the dotted line. So it shows the huge benefits that John Lewis bring to the not just the city centre, but to the city as well. The next question, Mr. Slack, is retaining a major institution, how many jobs will be safeguarded? From when I spoke to Patrick Duffy, who's the John Lewis store manager a couple of weeks ago, I didn't know this. He was saying all his staff were glued to the TV watching Cabinet. We were taking that decision through Cabinet, and they employ roughly about 300 staff, that John Lewis, and then they've got additional staff who come in, who do the beauty treatments and so forth, another 400 there. You know, that could be, you know, it's potentially safeguarded those jobs. But as I said, keeping John Lewis in the city centre and the additional benefits and the confidence it's given others, you know, you can't put a price on that. But there are a large number of jobs, as I said. But again, that's a decision down to John Lewis. As we know, retailers up and down the country, and John Lewis isn't immune to this. They've had to shed jobs. And picking up some of the points that you raised to my other Cabinet colleagues yesterday, Bolton, for example, is on lockdown. We have no idea, you know, what support is being provided beyond the furlough scheme. So I can't really comment on how many jobs could be safeguarded. The final point you raise is, will the turnover regarding John Lewis? Again, this is confidential information, and that information is held by John Lewis. So hopefully I've answered the questions, Lord Mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Iqbal. Councillor Jackie Drayton, may I call upon Councillor Jackie Drayton, Cabinet Member for Children, Families and Public Health, to respond to question 2, please.
Sorry, Lord Mayor, I think it's Councillor Abdissam Mohammed, because it's schools.
Oh, is it?
Yes,
Oh,
it's
right.
schools and
Right.
skills is Councillor Mohammed. Thank
I
you.
beg your pardon, Miss Councillor Abdissam Mohammed, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you. And hi, Mr. Slack. I hope you're well. I hope you're keeping safe.
Yes, thank you.
Good. In relation to schools, we have been working with schools across the summer term and across the summer holidays as well, in trying to prepare and making sure that they comply with national guidance on social distancing. I hear your points in relation to it not being, you believe it not being safe for them, but ultimately our children need to be in school, and I think, you know, we need to ensure that children are accessing full-time education, and schools have done really, really well actually in preparing and making sure that social distancing measures are complied with within schools, but also that they follow through on their risk assessments, and they've complied and listened to guidance from the National Department for Health and also Sheffield's Director of Public Health. And we've been offering them guidance and support and issued a number of workshops directly with heads over the last week, where they can speak to the Director of Public Health directly and ask questions. And whilst we recognise that there will be bubbles sent home, this is part of the risk assessment process and making sure that children and families are protected and kept as safe as possible. And we recognise, and I think Greg, the Director of Public Health, has said this in the past, that it will only ever be 100% safe when there's a vaccine in place. And until that time, we've got to make sure that we operate processes and have facilities within schools and ensure that schools are complying with the risk assessments, but making sure that their environments are as safe as possible. And so far, the feedback that we've had from schools is in the last week, whilst there have been a number of schools that have sent small bubbles home, and in a couple of incidents, a number of year groups, the overwhelming majority are saying that actually they are seeing a strong focus on meeting the requirements, but also actually that young people, whilst initially being anxious, and parents as well being anxious on return, that they're actually preferring being in school. So that the feedback has been positive from schools, and I think over the next couple of weeks, we will work with schools really closely to make sure that they offer the support to students, the health and wellbeing support, as well as additional educational support as is needed. Thank you. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
And finally, can I call upon Councillor Bob Johnson, Cabinet Member for Transport and Development, to respond to Mr. Slack's part 3 question, please. Question 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Afternoon, Nigel. A short answer to your question would be no. Decisions made by the council as a local planning authority, as you're aware, is a quasi-judicial body, and it's entirely separate from any decisions that the council may make as a landowner. COVID-19 hasn't affected any of that current decision making, and it's not made any changes to that. And in short, a developer who's got planning approval cannot force the granting of a lease from the council, as they are two really separate issues. It would not be appropriate, however, to delay a planning decision while a lease negotiation takes place. And again, that's because the two things are totally separate. Thanks.
Thank you. There will be a follow-up in Cabinet.
Thank you, Mr. Slack. Please can Mr. Slack be returned to the public gallery? Thank you. Please can Ruth Hubbard be admitted to the virtual room? Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Oh, Ruth, yes, how are you?
Hello, good afternoon,
nice to
Lord
see you.
Mayor. Good
Can we have
afternoon,
your
councillors.
question? Can we have your question, please?
Of course. My questions are about youth services in Sheffield. Given the massive 70% government cuts to youth services nationally over the last 10 years, I welcome council plans to invest more money in youth services in our city. And of course, what's happening for our young people is really important to communities across Sheffield. The leader has decided to bring our youth services in-house so that they will no longer be run by Sheffield Futures. Many of us support a direction of travel to bring services in-house, especially where they are run by the private sector for profit. On governance then, the charity Sheffield Futures is run by a board that consists of a range of significant stakeholders with expertise from across different sectors and settings. This council is proposing a project board chaired by its own director of communities and with its own officers from legal, finance, HR and commercial services. It might appear that bringing youth services in-house is in part simply accruing yet more power under the strong leader governance model. So will the council commit to ensuring that other key stakeholders are involved as full partners in youth services governance on that board? Will they ensure this includes significant professional youth and community work expertise? And will the council also commit to ensuring that there are resources and mechanisms that will significantly involve young people themselves in decision-making about youth services and how they are run? Secondly, on overall strategy and purpose, the heart of excellent youth services is a commitment to young people's voice and them playing a full role in their communities and as active citizens in democracy. Young people in Sheffield have themselves consistently called for more say and for better local community-based democracy, for example, at the Council Governance Review and in the Council Task and Finish Group on the voice and influence of young people, which was warmly received by the relevant scrutiny committee. So given that no power is devolved to local communities in our city governance, what prospect is there for young people to have more power in shaping our city's future? Finally, on planning and preparations, youth work and what's happening in communities is integrally linked, yet the council reports I've seen don't seem to have the input of youth work expertise that would implicitly recognise this. And the word community is barely mentioned, if at all. So, what youth work experts and expertise is being drawn on in council planning? And what information sharing, consultation, and direct planning work is going on with local communities across the city about in-house youth services plans, so that community expertise and added value is maximised, and so that locally based and voluntary youth work services can better link up with council youth service plans and provision. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth. May I call upon Councillor Jackie Drayton, Cabinet Member for Children and Families, to respond, please?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Ms Hubbard, for coming and asking the questions, and also for recognising the past 10 years of austerity. You know, we've seen very little funding into youth, and recognising despite that, we have found some money to put in, because as a local authority and as a city, I believe all of us in this chamber believe that the young people in our city are our future, and the more we can do to help and enable them lead successful and productive lives, the better it is for them, but also for our city. Your first question, I'd like to say that we recognise in the city the great work that Futures and their staff have done for the city in this area. And it is a priority for us in the immediate term, was to ensure a safe transfer. As you said, we wanted to bring the service in-house, and it was a safe transfer of services back to the council, and the creation of services for the future will include appropriate model of working in partnership, not just with the VCF sector and youth providers across the city, but the police and health. So we will be working with partners. And the cabinet paper also talked about the importance of engaging and working with young people about their services. And that's a clear expectation from us as members, all members, that the new model will be built on that. The second question, you talk about the heart of excellent youth services is the commitment to young people's voice, and them playing a role, not only in the services that are provided for them, but in general. I think young people have a lot to say about services for older people also. You know, it's not just about coming. That's why we've had young people on our commissioning project. So if we're commissioning a service, we've had commissioners, young commissioners. We've done a training session for young people to become young commissioners. We've had young people on interviews for senior member of staff in the local authority, and we've had young people involved in policy development, specifically young people in the Children in Care Council and the Care Leavers Union. They have been and shaped the services and the policies that we have for them and for other young people and for other services in the city. So we will, of course, we feel it's important that we'll continue to do that and expand it whenever we can, and to make sure in this new service going forward that young people's voice is intrinsic to the new model. You know, they're part of doing it. It's not bolting on. It's not us saying what it's going to be like, them agreeing it. It's co-production in that, I would say. And I think it's really important. And I think Children and Families and other areas in the local authority, other services have as I've said, a reputation for doing that and to do that. Youth work and what's happening in communities is integrally linked, you were saying, and we don't seem to have the youth work expertise. I would just like to say that, you know, it's really interesting, isn't it? Because a lot of councillors and a lot of staff, when they're not councillors or when they are councillors, are involved and have been involved in youth and community work. So there are a lot of councillors with expertise in youth work, but also a lot of our officers have had youth and had youth training. And in fact, the Executive Director for Peoples, who will have oversight of this whole project, started his work in youth work and worked through youth, and that was his background. So we do have the skills and knowledge, but obviously we don't have it all. So for me, what we'll be doing is be looking and sharing and learning, not just from other youth providers across the city, but from other cities and from other areas and from other organisations. I think the executive director is keeping an overview of all the changes, and I think that's invaluable. And you know, we will be recruiting for a new head of service for young people, and no doubt young people will be involved in that interviewing process, and we'll make sure we have somebody who has experience in that area. Also, the cabinet member, this area of work, I'm sure Councillor Abtisam Mohammed could say a lot on this too, because this area of work covers the leader's role, the leader's portfolio, Councillor Abtisam Mohammed and myself. It's a cross portfolio area, and many other cabinet members and local councillors across the city who have a very, very strong voice about what we should be doing for our young people. So I hope that answers your questions, but I will send you a written answer to the questions as well, Miss Hubbard, so you have got them, if that's okay. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you, Miss Hubbard, for your question today. Can Miss Hubbard please be returned to the public gallery? Thank you. That concludes this item of business. Item 4, members' questions. 4.1, questions on urgent business. There are no questions on urgent business. 4.2, supplementary questions. Written answers from cabinet members to questions submitted by members in advance of the meeting have been emailed to all members and published on the website with the agenda for this meeting. This item of business provides an opportunity for members who have submitted questions to ask one supplementary question for each question asked. The supplementary question will be answered by the relevant cabinet members. I shall work through the question and answer page by page. If the questioner wishes to ask a supplementary question, please unmute and speak at the relevant page. I should remind you all today that Councillor Julie Doe, the Leader of the Council, is not here today, but the page 1 is questions of Councillor Shafat Mohammed to the Leader of the Council. Page 1. Page 2.
Lord Mayor.
Councillor Shafat, yes.
Yes, as members will see, and hopefully those members of the public that have sight of the questions, my questions to Councillor Doe were around the business rate discretionary fund, business support fund from the government, but part of it is to be answered by Councillor Iqbal. So could I ask my questions now, Lord Mayor?
Yes, please do.
Okay, so my question to Councillor Iqbal is that the Leader of Council is proud of Sheffield's record in terms of giving out business support. So the question to him is he aware, according to the last government report of business rates paid by Sheffield City Council, that we as a council were 272 out of 314 local authorities in England, the lowest in Yorkshire, Humber, and the last but one out of the core cities, narrowly beating Nottingham. So is Councillor Iqbal also proud of Sheffield's record? And is he proud that £60 million of unspent business support grant will now be returning back to the government.
Councillor Iqbal.
Yeah, sorry, Lord Mayor, I can't find the first question that Councillor Shafat Mohammed has put forward. Councillor Foxley's on business rate, so hopefully he can answer that question. Just to answer the second point regarding the government grant, it's easy for you to sit there and grandstand as you have done regarding the business grant. We've been quite clear, like every other town and city up and down this country. The criteria, Councillor Mohammed, is set by government. This is where, through you, Lord Mayor, the irresponsible behaviour, the grandstanding, and in a sense, that false hope that is perpetuating out there, Lord Mayor. As I've said, the criteria for this main grant has been set by government. If you look at my response to your colleague, Councillor Mohammed, it also outlines a letter I wrote to the Minister on the 26th of June. I was very, very clear on the issues that this council was facing. We asked the government, we knew there would be a potential underspend around the 16-17 million pound mark in May, June. We wrote to the government, we made it very, very clear there are so many businesses that are missing out. And this is why I find your behaviour irresponsible, Councillor Mohammed. We should be working together to support these businesses to get as much money as we can out there, rather than grandstanding and scaremongering as you have done. So we made it quite clear, Lord Mayor, that there are businesses that fall within the gaps, and the government made it very, very clear that we cannot use any of that underspend to support Sheffield businesses. Regarding the discretionary grant, that again, Councillor Mohammed, was reduced from 10% to 5%. Again, we raised this issue with government. On both issues, Councillor Mohammed, it's fine standing and grandstanding. I didn't see you write to any of the ministers responsible for this grant. I didn't hear you stand up for the business of Sheffield and say to the government, you know, you need to be fair. These are the businesses that are missing out. What more can you do to support our businesses? Businesses out there expect us in this current climate, this very difficult, challenging time that many businesses have faced. Some just haven't reopened. And instead of looking at solutions, you're grandstanding. And it's really, really disappointing and irresponsible of you, Councillor Mohammed. I hope that answers the question, Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Question 3, Lord Mayor. That still doesn't excuse Councillor Mazar Iqbal and Julie Dorr from the fact that 271 councils have fared better. And for members of the council, in particular those that are on the backbenches, I'm amazed that some of you now are having to ask written questions yourselves of the cabinet members. Some of them are ward colleagues. It shows a lack of communication within this council, but also it reflects on how it's actually communicated with businesses. The fact that some councils are not only giving out 100% of the grant, but have given out on top of it. And there are councils up and down this country. York is a good example of how it's worked, Councillor Iqbal. And it's your lacklustre, do-nothing attitude that you've been renowned for on this council that has resulted in £16 million going back to government. This is what money could have been given to local businesses if you had the links and if you had actually done something, rather than actually sit back and think it's all government's fault. Government gave you £113 million to allocate. And your own suggest you've only given out 96 million. So it shows your abject failure. Criticise wherever you want, but you're in charge of this council, and the quicker you actually pull your finger out and look at yourself and learn lessons, the better, because the businesses of Sheffield are paying the price for your incompetence.
Thank you. Was there a question there?
No, it seems like it's another run through you, Lord Mayor. I mean, as the leader of the opposition, you'd think he'd have a more responsible position. We've never experienced a situation like this. Have you spoken to any of these businesses? the ones that were unfortunate. There are businesses that have spent their livelihoods to set up because of the government, and I repeat this, that's why the letter was circulated. If you get an opportunity, rather than grandstanding, Councillor Mohammed, because it's important to your constituents as well as mine and everybody else across the city. We were very, very clear. It wasn't just Sheffield. There are many other towns and cities that raised the same issues as Sheffield. There are so many businesses that have missed out. The government has underfunded. I'll give you an example, the valuation office. The amount of times our officers have been in touch with the valuation office to support our local businesses, rather than congratulating them and thanking them for working tirelessly over this period, night, day, weekends. We should be thanking them. Instead, you're scoring cheap political points. I'll repeat that, Chair. This is irresponsible behaviour, and he's misguided. If he thinks we should have done something differently, then speak to Boris. You know, you was in coalition, so you'll have those links still there, Councillor Mohammed. They're the ones you should be speaking to. They are the ones that should be supporting these businesses. The discretionary grant, and I'll repeat this, Councillor Mohammed, was reduced from 10% to 5%. I didn't see you stand up in front of the town hall steps and say to the government, please, please support these businesses that are struggling, that have put all their life savings, everything into it. It's heartbreaking, Councillor Mohammed, to hear some of these stories. And instead, we have you giving this false hope, this false aspiration that, yes, there could have been something more we could have done. If there was, Councillor Mohammed, do you think we would have sat there idly? No, we worked very, very hard, me and my colleagues. And if you look at the appeals we put out, we sent information to all local councillors to get in touch with their businesses. And I'm grateful to every councillor in this city for writing to those businesses and encouraging them to apply. The support was provided by Business Sheffield and other offices, and we did as much as we can. Unfortunately, if the government doesn't listen, there's very little I can do. And I was hoping, because of the time you've spent in coalition with the government, you might have been able to get a word in their ear, but unfortunately you didn't. So again, Lord Mayor, this is irresponsible behaviour. We have done as much as we can to support these businesses. We've had 2 rounds of discretionary grant. I wish we had more money to support more businesses, but unfortunately we didn't. And I hope Councillor Shafak reads the letter and writes to the Minister and outlines what he thinks the government should be doing. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Okay, can we move on now then, please, with that? Any more on 2? Question, page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5.
Lord Mayor, sorry to interrupt. I indicated
page
in
5, Ben.
I indicated in the chat I had a question for the leader. The sheet in front of me doesn't have page numbers written on it necessarily. It's organised in a very different way.
Lord Mayor, I did have a question as well. Question 10.
Yeah, you're on. You're trying to disrupt this meeting, Mr. Councillor Mohammed. What's your question?
Similar issue to the previously. My questions was to Councillor Daw, but then Councillor Daw has now referred them to Councillor Lee. If you look at the questions on page 2 and 3,
yeah,
the questions around Sheffield City Trust, i.e. SIV Ponds Forge.
Which one? Question? What question? Number
10. Well, the leader's
10.
answered number 10, but 11 and 12 are from Mary Lee. So
all right, yeah.
So do I get to quiz Mary Lee now, or are you going to wait till the end?
No, do it now. Do it now.
Sorry?
Do it now.
Okay, in response, so the question to Mary Lee is that it's recently emerged that despite Councillor Daw in her submission telling us about all the money that was needed for SCT facilities in Sheffield, that actually council taxpayers' money has now been given to subsidise failing leisure services in the Scarborough area. Why has Councillor Lee and Councillor Dorr not been upfront with the people of Sheffield, and why has this had to be forced out of them yesterday at Scrutiny Board?
Councillor Lee.
Well, I don't accept that, Councillor Mohammed, at all. And yes, you're right, it did come out at the Scrutiny Board yesterday. The question was answered, but that was referred to in the Scrutiny report. So I don't think for 1 minute we've not been open with people. You know, I refute what you're saying there. We're very pleased that Ponds Forge is opening now, and that a cabinet report will be brought in a couple of weeks' time to explain how that can happen, how that will happen. We're very keen to work with all the clubs that have petitioned and lobbied and spoken to us, and also with SCT. I'd just like to say over the last 18 months ago, we instigated a review of all our leisure facilities and to what we might need going forward into the future. And that review was mentioned also yesterday at Scrutiny, and that will be coming forward as and when things are ready to produce, and it will come back to Scrutiny, and we'll explain how those leisure facilities will be of great benefit to the people of Sheffield.
Councillor Maroof. Councillor Maroof. Councillor Joe Otten. Councillor Gary Weatherall. Councillor Ben Miskell. Ben.
Lord Mayor, I appreciate that Councillor Dorr sent her apologies, but in her response to the question, she references the Deputy Leader. Would you like me to direct my supplementary question to Deputy Leader Councillor Fox?
Yes, you can. If Councillor Fox, yeah, okay. Go on then.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, in a written answer, I'd like to thank the leader in her absence for the response to my question and her pledge to discuss joining the TUC's Stay Safe at Work Join a Union advertising campaign as part of our response to COVID-19. Would the Deputy Leader be willing to set up a meeting with the officials from the National TUC to see how we can follow Hackney Council's lead and actively promote trade union membership as a way for residents in the city to stay safe during the pandemic?
Councillor Terry Fox, can you answer that question, please?
I certainly can, Lord Mayor, and thank you for the question. Yes, with pleasure, we'll get that meeting up, and I'll try and put a bit of priority on it as well. We'll obviously have a conversation outside this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brian Lodge. Councillor George. Oh, George is not here, is he? Councillor Harris. Councillor Steve Harris.
Quick one, Lord Mayor.
Yeah.
Thank you to Councillor George Linders-Hammond for the response to my questions about the rapid impact assessments. Will those impact assessments be made available to the broader membership of this council?
Jackie, can you answer that question, please?
Yes, Lord Mayor, I'm sure. I'll speak with sorry, Councillor Ayres. I'll speak with Councillor Linders-Hammond when he comes back, and I'm sure that will be no problem. And get back to you. Okay.
Sorry, I wasn't aware he was not present today.
He's not. No, sorry, he's not. So okay, is that okay?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mohammed Maroof. Councillor Paul Turpin. Councillor Alison Teal. Councillor Abdul Qayyum. Councillor Andy Bainbridge. Turn the page. Councillor Paul Wood. Councillor Angela Argencio.
Thank you. My question is about the Anoa Tower. Thank you, Councillor Wood, for replying to my questions. could I ask you to give me your word of honour that actually the report is going to be out within the next couple of weeks? Because we've heard this so many times, and you know, I've asked you in the chambers a few times, and I've always been assured that it was ready. We just need the last few things, and we are over 3 years later, and the report is not out yet. Can you publicly give me your word that the report is actually ready to be published?
Yeah, obviously I wasn't even in the chamber 3 years ago, so I haven't been promising for 3 years. I'd just like to make that point. The report will be out, I am told, guaranteed told by the council's officers, which is the only confirmation I can give you, tomorrow. And that's what I've been told, that it will be given to residents tomorrow, and you as the local councillors will be receiving a copy tomorrow. At the very latest, it will be Friday. It will be posted publicly on the council website next week, because we're going to publish also the documentation that goes with the report, and that takes a little longer to do. So I am told this report will be within your hands and the tenants' hands by the end of this week, and that's what I've been promised. So I can only really say what I've been promised, and I'll be very annoyed now if that isn't kept.
Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Penny Baker, I missed you out there. Could you like to ask your question? Have you got a question, Penny? No. Douglas Johnson, Councillor Johnson.
Lord Mayor, Lord Mayor, just before Councillor Johnson comes in, I did send Councillor Baker a written response, but the information has altered slightly since when I sent that response. So I'd just like to very quickly update the response that I've sent to her, if possible. Yeah. So, Councillor Baker, thank you for your inquiry. The 11,000 jobs has been reduced down in backlog to 9,200 as of yesterday's date. We've had the first week of the call centres open. We haven't seen the massive influx of jobs we expected to come through. So should that projection continue, and we're monitoring it on a weekly basis, then those timescales that we've given for getting on top of the jobs in the repair service will be reduced dramatically. And I only got that information late yesterday afternoon, so I just wanted to update you on where we were with that. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wood. Thank you, Lord Mayor, for allowing that.
Okay. Thank Councillor Douglas Johnson, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Councillor Woods, I wanted to ask about the council's approach to our tenants in council housing. So in relation to question 2 there, officers have told me that they're preparing to commence legal recovery as soon as possible, and they're just awaiting confirmation from members. So I wanted to know if you're preparing to give that confirmation.
It's not a yes or no answer, as you can appreciate, Councillor Johnson. We have sent you a very detailed explanation of what we are doing before we get to legal action. My position and instruction to our officers is very simple, really. Anyone who has lost their job, had their income reduced, hit hardship reasons, we will not be bringing legal action against at all. Anyone who is still in full-time employment and getting what they were getting prior to COVID and is not paying the rent, we will commence legal action. So should the circumstances have changed within the family unit that has caused any hardship, we will not take legal action. We will work a system out. And in addition to that, yesterday, I've put forward a paper to be published to increase the hardship fund within the HRA to basically double the amount of money into that to support those families who lose their jobs or have short time working because of COVID. And in addition to that, we've also put an extra £760,000 grant from the government into the local assistance scheme. which will be administered through Councillor Fox's portfolio, as that's the most efficient way of doing it. That won't be able to pay for rent or for council tax, but it will be able to provide additional support for food, for clothes, for basic necessities for people. So we've increased that provision as well. So the answer is no, we will not evict anyone who is suffering from hardship because of financial problems through COVID or their jobs or health or that. But if someone is still earning the same as they were earning when they were paying rent, and we have a number of our tenants that have stopped paying their rent, then we will be telling them they need to start paying the rent, or we will take legal action.
I'm not sure if that's a yes or a no, but my second question was to ask whether you're aware that the council office have already started bringing applications in the courts and had obtained hearing dates against tenants in one case where someone's only recently been discharged from a mental health clinic. Is that something you'd look into before giving the go-ahead towards more general recovery action?
Like I said, Councillor Johnson, I'm acutely aware of a lot of people are going to go into hardship, especially after October and the end of furlough. If you send me that particular case through, those cases that we know where people have been working throughout the emergency from March the 23rd, we've expected them to pay their rent. And those are the cases that I have authorised that we proceed with, where there is no hardship element within that coming. There's no loss of job, there's no reduction in working hours. So those cases will be being prepared, and I think it's only competent on the council to ensure that we get in what rent we can. We are estimating a £4 million addition in rent arrears, which we're expecting because of the hardship elements, but people who can afford to pay the rent should pay the rent.
Thank you.
Send that case through to me and I'll have a look at it.
Councillor Ben Mitchell.
Lord Mayor, I'd like to ask two supplementary questions to the written answers that have kindly been supplied by Councillor Wood. Question one, can I ask the Cabinet member for can I thank the Cabinet member for his response to my question? You know, it's really clear that the council has done an awful lot to support residents in my ward and locality with shopping and those safe and well checks that have happened during the pandemic, and the figures that he has supplied really show the scale of that support. With the number of cases rising locally and nationally, can I ask Councillor Wood whether he anticipates that this support will continue in any second wave of the pandemic in Sheffield?
It has to be supportive in when we have the problems that were very acute within, like Arbourthorne Ward and have happened in Nether Edge Ward and parts of the Burngreave Ward. We as a council have a responsibility. In the longer term, I've had two very long meetings this week, one with the Chief Executive and one with the Director of Service, on looking at how we totally restructure the community safety offer and the support offer, because I am acutely aware that it is an underfunded resource within the council, and COVID has definitely caused problems with increases in community safety issues, basically through people who've suffered with mental health issues that we've not been able to deal with through the pandemic. So yes, there's a long-term review, and the short-term answer is yes, we will support any area that has the problems that you've seen, unfortunately, in the Arbourthorne Ward.
And with regards to question two, Councillor Wood has always been someone who has been on the end of the phone line and happy to help, especially during some of the recent issues we've had in Arbourthorne and Norfolk Park with gun crime in the area. I know that his officers and the support that we've received from his officers have been really invaluable in dealing with some of the fallout in our community. And it's great that he's committed to helping us run a community workshop to help the community really work together and drive improvements that are needed in our area. Now, depending on his diary commitments, would he be able to attend and offer support as part of that meeting? As I know that the residents in my ward would very much appreciate that.
I will, and I'm sure my advisor will be willing to attend as well. I'm sure we both are happy, or indeed any ward across the city that we're asked to attend a meeting. We have recently in Nether Edge and we have recently in Burngreave. We're always happy to attend those meetings, and we welcome the opportunity to have our input into it, really, because it gives us the vision of where we need to go for the future. Yes, so the answer to that is yes.
Thank you.
We're getting very close to the time for these questions, so I'd ask you all please to make your questions succinct and cabinet members to make their replies succinct as well. Councillor Joe Otten, please. Councillor Mike Levery.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question's around the leader's decision made to increase the number of staff in children's services by 22 as a result of expected issues with children associated with the COVID crisis. Now, this has been agreed under COVID emergency processes, and my question is, what are the criteria that are used to determine whether a long-term decision that affects the council's operation should be done under COVID, or should it be a normal operational decision which then could be subject to scrutiny? And secondly, in the response about whether we could have a report to the relevant scrutiny committee before the commitment is made on the review, why is it being referred to overview and scrutiny? Why isn't it going to the appropriate Children, Young People and Family Support Scrutiny Committee? Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Drayton.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lavery. I mean, you know that the massed workers and the I just think you understand completely how important the earlier help, early intervention is in children's services, and how important it is to keep children who are on the edge of care out of care by supporting their families as well as the children and young people. And we found that we know at the moment that our cases coming in through the front door or on the hub, we're seeing a 5% increase in them since the COVID, the lockdown has been lifted. I think, but that's a normal increase for the numbers have come up to where they are normally. They'd gone down a little bit, so they've come up there. But now going back to school, we know there will be more. There will be more. We expect there'll be more. We know too that we do need to. When COVID hit, we had to transfer people to help and support other areas of the council, and we really do need these 22 additional staff in the mass teams, which will help in early prevention, early intervention. In terms of the question you asked about the decision-making process, if it's okay with you, I'd like to refer that to a written answer, because that's an area where I think I need help from our legal department rather than me answering it now. I know that I was involved in this decision, not just the leader of the council, and it was made because it was important that we got it done, and it needed to be done. Sorry, what was the scrutiny? Sorry, the scrutiny board. Yes, yes, happy for it to go to the scrutiny board. No problem at all. I just was saying that the annual budget, if it was about budget, does that mean and the commitment to the budget, that budget does go. It does form part of the budget that goes through the scrutiny process, which comes to us as a full council. But definitely, if I'm sure we need to ask the chair of the Children's, Young People and Family Scrutiny Board, but I'm sure you as the vice chair, I'm sure there's no reason why it can't go there too. More than willing for that to happen. I'm more than willing to hear the scrutiny board's views on how we might improve our services, those early intervention and to keep an eye on it and see. We might need some more money, and you might be able to help us support that, getting that. So thank you very much. I hope that's the and any other answers, just get in touch and I'll write to you, get the written report. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I'm very sorry, but we've reached a time limit for members' questions. I know there's one or two more. In fact, there's quite a few more. But the time limit is the time limit, I'm afraid, and we need to get through business. So if you have any more further questions to Cabinet members, would you please submit them to the Cabinet members in writing? Thank you. Questions on joint authorities. This is 4.3. Oh dear. Which that bit there? I've done that. Sorry. As the time limit for members' questions has been reached, I shall move on to item 5 on the agenda. But before doing so, I shall quickly deal with the question which has been submitted in advance of the meeting under 4.3. 4.3, questions on joint authorities. This item of business is to provide an opportunity for members to ask questions on the discharge of the function of the South Yorkshire Joint Authorities for the fire and rescue pensions. Councillor Douglas Johnson has given advance notice of a question relating to South Yorkshire Fire and Rescue Authority. The question is, when can elected members expect fire service reports on special interest incidents be resumed? May I call upon Councillor Tony Dams, the council spokesperson on Fire and Rescue Authority, to respond to the question, please. Councillor Dams.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. In reply to Councillor Johnson, very quickly, I've asked members to sort it out. I've had a phone call today saying that things should be resolved quite quickly. But what would help, Douglas, if you could send me an email or have a word with me about what particular bits of special interest incidents you'd like to be highlighted. And then we can make sure, as well as perhaps getting a general report, we can angle the report to be specifically in the areas that you're particularly interested in. So an email or a quick word, Douglas, would help move things along. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'll respond to you, Tony. That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. I shall now move on to item 5 on the agenda, which is minutes of previous council meeting. It's proposed that the minutes of the meeting of the council held on the 5th of February 2020, the special meeting of the council held on the 4th of March 2020, and the extraordinary meeting of the council held on the 12th of August 2020 be approved as a true and accurate record. Is that motion formally moved? Anne?
Formally moved, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Is that motion formally seconded?
Formally seconded, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. All agreed? I will take silence as the affirmation of the meeting. If any member wishes to dissent, please unmute and speak. Thank you. Item 6, representation, delegated authority and related issues. It is to be moved by Councillor Diane Hurst, seconded by Councillor Sue Auckland, that approval be given to the changes in the membership of committees, etc. The appointment of representatives to serve on external bodies and related issues as detailed in the schedule circulated by email to all members earlier this day. Councillor David Baker. Is that moved? Oh, sorry, Councillor Hurst.
Formally moved, Lord Mayor.
Right. Councillor David Baker.
Formally second, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Does any member wish to speak? I'm now going to move to the vote on the motion. Is the motion agreed? I will take silence as the affirmation of the meeting. If any member wishes to dissent, please unmute and speak. Okay. So that motion is carried. Thank you. Item 7, format of the council meeting in October. There is a maximum time limit of 25 minutes for this item. This item of business is to agree the format of the remote meeting of the council to be held on the 7th of October 2020. A report of the Director of Legal and Governance has been circulated prior to the meeting, which contains recommendations for consideration. There are 2 amendments to consider. Details of amendments have been circulated by email to all members. So it's been circulated by Jason about 5 minutes ago. Yeah. Okay. Okay. The motion to approve the recommendation in report of the Director of Legal and Governance in relation to the format of the council meeting in October is to be moved by Councillor Hurst and seconded by Councillor Andy Bainbridge. The movers and seconders of the amendment will then speak, and if any other members wish to speak, may I remind them that they need to request to do so via the Zoom chat facility, sending their messages to all panelists. May I call upon Councillor Hurst to move the motion? You may speak for up to 3 minutes, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. In moving this motion, I would like to start by thanking the officers who have worked through the period of the pandemic, essentially most of them in jobs not resembling their own, to keep the council running, to support those needy, vulnerable people in the communities, and to formulate some semblance of ordinary business in very extraordinary times. As we move back, or as we move forwards to a position of new normality, I think it's important that we get full council meetings running, but I also think that we have to have a measured approach to this process. This is the first full council meeting where we have taken questions, petitions, and asked questions of elected members since before the pandemic. I think we need to look at this meeting. I think we need to consider what we did well, what we could do better, and how we could organise matters so that the maximum number of people possible who wish to participate can participate before we jump to a full meeting. And I think this needs to be done in a cross-party way. I think we need to get together and examine the position that we're in and come back to a future meeting with some recommendations. This was implied in the report to the August Council, but I think it's now real time. So for this, as I propose this motion, I would also like to ask that we convene the cross-party members group on governance to consider how we need to conduct our business differently in these new and different times, for a report back to a future meeting. I'm not going to talk for the sake of it, Lord Mayor. That's my proposal. That's my motion. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hurst. May I call upon Councillor Andy Bainbridge to second the motion? You may speak for up to 2 minutes.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I don't intend to speak a lot like Diane. I don't think it's necessary to hold up the meeting with this. My concern is that we shouldn't make a knee-jerk reaction today into how we should continue our meetings. I think it is important that we reflect on how today's meeting's gone, as it's the first nearest to a normal meeting we've had since lockdown, and that it will be far better that could be considered. There isn't a lot of time before October meeting anyway, that it can be considered by the cross-party group, and then the recommendation can be made at the October meeting, that from November we then adopt whatever's decided by that cross-party group, rather than, as I say, us all having to make a knee-jerk reaction today on where we go from here. So thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. May I call upon Councillor Shafak Mohammed to move amendment number 1? You may speak for up to 2 minutes.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, colleagues, for allowing us to table our amendment. The reason we're tabling this amendment is actually, you might recall when we had the special general meeting in August, where we voted for the new chief exec's appointment, that actually this issue did arise there And I supported the administration at the time to say in September, the big issue is going to be around schools and universities, and the fact that it would be really good to have the Director of Public Health in to deal with that issue. However, I was very minded at the time to see many councils, including neighbouring Rotherham and Barnsley, had already had meetings, and in case of Rotherham, had 2 meetings where other issues have been discussed. And it's really important going forward, Lord Mayor, that given that it's been interesting today that in the members' questions, yet again, Councillor Martin Smith, for some very unfortunate reasons, and I think, Martin, you best not gamble, because you always seem to be at the back of the list when it comes to members' questions and topics that you're raising. And we need to have notice of motions, because if Labour members continue to ask their ward colleagues written questions and we don't have time for the likes of Martin Smith and others to ask questions, we may well want to exercise our right to table the issues that people like Martin and others are raising as a notice of motion. That's why, Lord Mayor, I think we need to go back to normality. I don't see what the problems are with the notice of motion. I don't see if the Labour group here want to raise a big issue. They can put that into their notice of motion, and we can argue over the order. There's a formula for that, Lord Mayor, but I do not see why we cannot have a notice of motion for each of the groups going forward when many councils up and down this country, I'm sure I have, many councils up and down this country have been doing it. And maybe if we had notice of motions, we could have held Councillor Iqbal to account for the abysmal business rate fiasco that the city is now facing.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Shafai. May I call upon Councillor David Baker, please, to second the amendment?
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. I'll be very brief. I understood in the summer, in August, that we were accepting that this meeting was the meeting where we would take the report from the Director of Health and get used to having a whole council meeting. Come October, we would be back in a normal council mode as well as possible. This is an opportunity to practice, to help officers and to help members get it right. Members of the public, I'm sure, will be understanding if we're seen to be trying to encourage freedom of speech and enable members to talk to issues which they consider to be important. We listen to members of the public, and quite rightly too, we give them the major space at the beginning of a meeting. But this is what councillors think. People who, the members of the public out there are put into office to run the city. And here's an opportunity for members to practice, I say, and look at how we can work with notices of motion. And you've turned it down. Now, Councillor Diane Hurst, I respect you greatly, but you said we have to look forward to the new normal. Well, this is the new normal. This has happened. This is now. This is the sort of future we've probably got for the next 3 or 4 council meetings. And I really urge everyone to think about this. This is an opportunity to look at notices of motion and practice and to experiment to see how we can handle them in future. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. May I call upon Councillor Martin Phipps, please, to move amendment number 2. You may speak for up to 2 minutes.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm proposing this motion on behalf of the Green Group in line with what we raised last full council, that we should be moving on to full council formats with motions. Just yesterday, I was watching a live stream of Bristol City Council where they were debating motions. We can and should be having notices of motions in our full council meetings. Denying the opportunity for this is denying councillors an opportunity to raise issues on behalf of the people they were elected to represent in a time where there is so much to discuss and act upon. I know Councillor Diane Hurst mentioned a cross-party way of moving this forward, but this is something that has been discussed amongst the different parties already via the whips, which hopefully all members have fed into and have been discussed with by their representative. From a cross-party perspective, we have the 2 opposition groups saying we want to have motions. Will Labour listen? We're proposing that for this reason, the currently unspecified officer report proposed should not take place in the October meeting, but instead motions should be allowed. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. May I call upon Councillor Douglas Johnson, please, to second the amendment?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yes, of course, I second this amendment. I simply think that a motion should be allowed. It is the whole point of having this meeting, whereas otherwise the decisions are made through the Cabinet, through the current system we have at the moment. It's quite vital that there is debate here. But of course, my point is that this only applies to the opposition parties, because as we all know, in reality, if the largest group wants to bring a motion, then it will do so, because that's what it does. Just in the same way that the rather contentious scrutiny meeting held yesterday was explicitly exempt from call-in, and yet in practice it was able to be called in by the Labour group. Full credit to those Labour councillors, but they did have a privilege that opposition councillors didn't, and that's the heart of the unfairness of this present system. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I'm now going to move to the debate on the matter, and I call upon Councillor Terry Fox, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just want to kind of reflect a moment. Just during this meeting that we've had now, we've had a number of councillors in the chat line and asking about getting their questions answered. We are learning as we go on. Whilst I understand the appetite to get back to normal, we have to do this in steps that we take everybody with us. So for me, going to that cross-party governance group and being able to take the feedback of all councillors of what has gone off today and the process of how we can improve that together, whilst I am not in opposition to any notice of motions at all. In fact, we welcome challenge and scrutiny and accountability. As with Councillor Martin Smith yesterday, with ourselves being in scrutiny, we had a good going over with a number of issues that we've had to raise. But I think from a position that we've started in today, running a full council, for the first time, I just think it is prudent that we sit down, we talk through, and we're able to highlight all members' issues that want to see what is good and bad about this process and how we can move that on. I just think that giving us that time for us to work through, if there are issues, together, cross-party, that would be the way forward. We need to look at this. And yes, I understand that we have a large number of questions, but that is because this is the first full council back and there is processes that we need to follow. So for me, I think this is the time to just pause a minute, reflect, get an agreed way forward, and then let's go with that. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Forward.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I would agree entirely with what Councillor Fox and Councillor Hurst have said. I mean, today to me has proven an example. Once we can't get all the public and the members' questions answered, then the chat line goes on about how unfair it is. This obviously has upset quite a lot of members. So the common sense things really seems to be to have to take this back to the three whips of the three groups and to have that discussion of what this format is going to be. I would like to see the members' questions. Personally, if I was putting a submission in, I would like to see that time increase during this COVID crisis. And I thank the three questions I had from three different parties. To me, I thought they were very sensible, and it's an opportunity I have to get information out to councillors. And I would have thought that is one of the key things we need to get done at the moment. It all falls apart when you get the rants of Councillor Mohammed, which is totally unintelligible. And for someone who has more involvement with the business community than he ever has, I can tell him now that the majority of businesses in this city are very grateful for the work that this council has done. Not only the businesses, the charity sector as well, which has been massively supported by them grants in addition. So I would like to see questions increased. I welcome being asked questions. And I think that's a discussion that has to be had with the whips, as Councillor Hurst rightly said. And I think today has proven what happens when you don't get all those questions answered and the upset it causes to members. Thanks, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Richard Shaw, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The simple point I would like to make in this debate is that we've had an extraordinary council meeting before this. We've had this council meeting. We've proved that, you know, it's technically, you know, possible to have these meetings and, you know, robust discussions on agenda items. Other councils across the country have already started having, you know, notices of motion and debating them. We can't let Sheffield Council again be seen to be behind the times, to be lagging behind in that, you know, everyone else can do it, but we somehow can't. So I say, let, you know, the October meeting be the first meeting that we try, you know, to have one or two, you know, notices of motion. We don't have to have it hours long. We can vote to extend the council meeting if we so wish. But let's not dither and delay. Let's, you know, forge ahead. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Jordan.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd like to say I rather agree with Councillor Shaw. The council has been making decisions under emergency powers for some months, and it has dragged its feet in restoring the normal democratic process. And so the full council is only one aspect of this. We've had to wait a long time for some of the scrutiny committees to meet. We've had to wait a long time to get the normal officer briefings and so on. That much of that is now back in place. But the full council is no more technically difficult than any of the others. And if members want to reflect, on how to whether we can conduct a debate in full council using virtual technology, then please do. But can I just ask that we start to get our derrieres into gear, and that you may do your reflections between now and the end of this debate, so that when you vote in this debate, you can cast a vote to bring back debates proper at full council, because by then we will have done one and we will have shown it will be possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Shoned, Mayor Richards.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I was one of those people who was hoping to ask a supplementary question, but was unable to. And I agree actually with Councillor Argencio and Councillor Davidson about the fact that because we were asking questions of people further down the row, if you like, we didn't get to ask. And I think that was unfortunate, to say the least. I wanted to ask about how we're going to keep our recycling centres open during the winter, which I know is going to be of great importance and interest to the people I represent. We know how difficult that has been during the COVID period, that we've stayed open, but other people have found the queuing and everything's very hard. And I think that needs to be reflected. And so I want this cross-party group that Councillor Hurst referred to meet and reflect on what happened at this meeting and work out how we can do things better. Because otherwise, I think the motions, while they are important, always seem to me to be a bit of a case of flag waving, rather than always asking the things that the people we represent most want to know about. And so I'd like to support the motion proposed by Councillor Hurst, that we have a good sit down and think about how this meeting went and how we will do things in the future, rather than deciding here and now what we ought to do next time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Peter Garbett.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm very much of the opinion that many councils up and down the country have got back to business as normal as possible, and we aren't doing that yet. We've had plenty of time to make those arrangements, and they haven't been made. I think if there has to be a start date for motions, then why not make it October, and we can learn lessons from that as we go along. I think October is the best time to start these. It won't have got into a difficult situation, or a particularly difficult situation by then. And we need to make sure that we are able to carry on and restore democracy, because at the moment that seems lacking. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Lodge. Councillor Brian Lodge.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd like to support the proposal put forward by Councillor Hurst. I think it's quite interesting that at the start of Councillor Mohammed's moving of their amendment, he started off by saying to Councillor Smith, you seem to be very unlucky because your questions don't get answered. You know what? And other comments that people have said, yeah, well, this is the opportunity to make sure that members can get their questions answered and look at this and review this rather than, I'm not saying rushing into it headlong. I want to see notice of motion come back so we can have proper debates on things. But I think we need to have a period of reflection and have a look and check. We haven't taken a full vote on something yet until this. We don't know how this is going to go. It could be at the end of this debate when we take a vote, we look at things and think, you know what, we need to look at this a little bit more before we get into doing debates next month. We all look at technology and think technology is great, but when it comes down to putting the human element in it, things seem to go wrong. So I think a period of reflection, have a look at what we've done, maybe look at how long we've got for members' questions, revise the agendas to fit in times there, to give more councillors the opportunity to ask the questions of cabinet members. In some respects, we give more time to members of the public to ask questions than we do give for members. So I think it would be useful to get through this meeting, get the cross-party group, sit down, have a look at things, and then come up with a timetable for the agenda that we can all fit in. And the sooner we can bring back notice of motion in a measured and proper format, then so be it. But I think we just need to make sure that we've got things set up, get through a couple of votes really, and make sure that we've got the technology and the human element with the technology sorted. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. We've reached the 25 minutes limit for this debate, and so now I'm going to offer the right to reply to Councillor Hurst, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to start out my right to reply by delivering a very cheesy statement. How do you eat an elephant? In little bits. And that's why I propose this motion, because I think we get back to full council meetings, stage by stage, reviewing and learning all the way. Many members have said, I mean, we've had a great, a wide divergence of opinions here, but many members have said, other councils can do it, why can't we? Well, in this council, we engage during the full council meeting in 3 different ways. We allow questions and petitions from members of the public. We allow questions to cabinet members from the rest of the elected members, and we have motions to discuss important issues or directions of travel. And lots of other councils do not allow public questions and petitions to their full council meetings. And that's why in some ways it's more simpler, because it's an internal conversation that's going on. But I think we have to respect the contributions that people make to this meeting. And I think we have to consider that. Very telling what Councillor Lodge said. We haven't taken a full vote yet. Let's take a full vote. If you're all going to vote by assent and support my motion, fine, let's do it now. But there are 2 amendments there that we've never voted on. Let's take it step by step. Let's eat the elephant in little pieces. I urge you to support my motion. Thank you.
Just to thank you. Just to notify Councillor Smith, your name was on the list, Councillor Smith, along with 5 others, and we have just haven't had the time to, and I've taken them in order as they've come in. So I'm now going to move to the vote on the amendment number 1. This vote,
Lord Mayor, I'd like a recorded vote, please.
Right. Okay. Recorded vote.
Do you want my colleagues to show their hands? What do you? I'm not sure. We normally put our hands up.
Yeah. Are we?
Lord Mayor,
I mean, this might be awkward to count, but are we generally in agreement that we want a recorded vote on this one? The whips. Do the whips want to vote? Yeah.
Yeah. There's more than 10 hands up, Lord Mayor.
Okay. Yeah. So it's a roll call then. The recorded vote is a roll call. Okay. Okay, Julian, roll call. Are you all unmuted so you can, we're all unmute so you can hear your name?
Lord Mayor, just for clarity, are we voting on the First Amendment and then the Second Amendment, or are we going straight to, what are we voting on first?
We're voting on amendment number 1, right? Which is, where was it? I'm going to find amendments now.
Lib Dems.
Yeah, we're voting on amendment 1, which was moved by Councillor Shafat Mohammed and seconded by Councillor David Baker. That's what we're voting on, and we're voting on a roll call. Okay. Yeah. Will you make sure you're all unmuted so that you can hear your name and you can respond?
Okay. I'm going to be unmuted. So you need to be quiet.
Unmuted, Dawn.
Yeah, you are everybody now. Be quiet.
Well done, Dawn.
Be quiet.
People in Rotherham heard that.
Quiet too.
That, Lord Mayor, is why we need to review this meeting.
There we go. Issue number 1. Councillors, can you hear me clearly enough if I shout your name out?
Not very good.
Can't hear you.
Can't hear you.
Yeah, I can't.
Heard that. Yeah, I can mute mine if you want.
We'll try again. Is that better?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to do roll call. If I call your name out, if you can answer, please, as clearly as possible. Thank you. So, Lord Mayor, Councillor Tony Downing.
Against.
Deputy Lord Mayor, Councillor Gail Smith.
For.
Simon Clement Jones.
For.
Bob Pullin.
For, my Lord Mayor.
Richard Shaw.
For.
Bob McCann.
For.
Chris Rosalind Josephs.
Against.
Sophie Wilson.
Against.
Denise Fox.
Against.
Brian Lodge.
Against.
Karen McGowan.
Against.
Angela Argenzio.
For.
Carlton Rivers.
For.
Jackie Drayton.
Against.
Talib Hussain.
Against.
Mark Jones.
Against the Lib Dem amendment.
Douglas Johnson.
For.
Ruth Mercereau.
For.
Martin Phipps.
For.
Tim Huggan.
For.
Mohammed Maroof.
For, Lord Mayor. For, Lord Mayor.
Anne Murphy.
Against. Against,
Can you hear
Gillian.
me, councillors?
Yeah.
Can't see it.
Can you hear me, councillors?
Yes. Keep going, Gillian.
Keep going, Les.
Yeah. Keep going, Gillian.
Okay, are we all back?
This is fun.
Mohammed Maroof. I can't
Lord
hear
Mayor,
you. Oh, right, yeah. Okay, Anne Murphy.
Against.
Mazza Iqbal.
Against.
Mary Lee.
Against.
Zahira Naz.
Against.
Joe Otten.
For.
Colin Ross.
For.
Martin Smith.
Definitely for.
Andy Bainbridge.
Against.
Vic Bowden.
For.
Moya O'Rourke.
Against.
Roger Davison.
Definitely for democracy, for.
Yeah.
Barbara Masters.
For.
Shafak Mohammed.
For.
Abdul Qayyum.
Against, Lord Mayor.
Alan Law.
Against.
Abtizan Mohammed.
Against.
Sue Alston.
For.
Andrew Sangar.
For.
Cliff Woodcraft.
Not here.
Super.
I think he's away.
Louis Stagnall.
Against the amendment.
Kate MacDonald.
Against.
Brilliant, thank you.
Paul Turpin.
For. I hope Matt
Ian
won't vote.
Auckland.
For.
Sue Auckland.
Yeah, not present.
Steve Aris.
For the amendment.
Bob Johnson.
Against, Lord Mayor.
George Linda Hammond. He's not here. Josie Paschek.
Against.
Terry Fox.
Against.
Shona Meyer Richards.
Against.
Kevin Oxley.
For.
Peter Garbutt.
For.
Jim Steinke.
Against.
Alison Teal. Julie. Ben Miskell.
Against.
Jack Scott.
Against.
Mike Drabble.
Against.
Diane Hurst.
Against.
Peter Rippon.
Wait.
Dawn Dale.
Against.
Peter Price.
Against.
Gary Weatherall.
Against.
Mike Chaplin.
Against.
Tony Dams.
Against.
Jane Dunn.
Against.
David Baker.
For.
Penny Baker.
For.
Vicky Priestley.
For.
Jack Clarkson. Julie Grow-Cut.
Against.
Francine Johnson.
Against.
Ben Curran.
Against.
Neil Gibson.
Against.
Alan Hooper.
For.
Adam Hurst.
Against.
Mike Levery.
For.
Mick Rooney.
Against.
Jackie Satur.
Against.
And Paul Wood.
Against.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Okay, I've got a result of that. For 32, against 43, no abstentions. I'm now going to take the vote on amendment. Sorry? So that one's lost. So I'm now to take a vote on the amendment number 2, which was the Liberal, which was the, sorry, the Green Group amendment. Are we going to use the hands, or are we going to, is anyone calling for anything? No. Okay, so we're going to use the hands, raise hands mechanism function, and you can do that by clicking the participants in your control at the bottom of the screen. This opens a panel on the right hand side of the screen, and the raise hand button is in the bottom right hand corner. Okay.
I'm having trouble. I'm on my Lord Mayor. I can't. Oh,
Is this a vote for or a vote against? Sorry, I'm really confused.
I'm just going to say, Lord Mayor, are we raising hands if we're voting for the amendment? And if we're not voting for, are we not raising hands?
Right, okay. Okay. All those in favour of amendment? Yeah. Right, okay. Okay, can you clear the hands, please, off the screen? Right. Just a moment. Okay, can you clear the hands? They're done, they're right. All those in favour of amendment number 2, please raise your hand now. Okay. Okay. Okay, clear the hands, host. All those against amendment number 2, please raise your hands now.
I can't. Function is not working.
Right, you've got to tell him.
Neither is mine, Lord Mayor.
Mine isn't either, Lord Mayor.
Lord Mayor, I suspect some hands had been left up from the first round of voting. For example, I can see Councillor Ian Auckland's voted twice.
Yeah, doesn't matter.
Right, so let's clear the hands again.
It's in democracy and shame.
Lord Mayor.
Typical Liberals.
It must
Lord
be
Mayor,
Liberal democracy. I thought I'd lowered my hand, Lord Mayor.
Lord Mayor, how would I know if the function had worked?
You can
Would there
see
be
it.
a hand?
A
Would there
little
be a
blue
hand shown on my screen?
Yeah.
No, it won't be.
It's
Participants, Mike, click the participants, and then on the right-hand side of the screen, you'll see a list of right? You click at the bottom right-hand where it says raise hands.
Yep.
Okay, and then that should bring you up on there as a raised hand, okay?
Yeah.
Is that clear? Right. So we're going to do this again.
It's not working on mine,
It's
Lord
not
Mayor.
working, mine.
It's not very difficult, Lord Mayor, but I've just tried what you've just suggested. And on my participants, something else comes up.
Right.
It says default email, Gmail, Yahoo Mail. That's what's coming up on mine, Lord Mayor. Sorry.
Okay. Goes on your name, not on the screen.
No.
Lord Mayor, there's some hands outside of some people's.
Right,
Then there's a mic and then the video, but there's no hand outside of mine and quite a few others.
Lord Mayor, it took us a lot shorter time to do a recorded vote. Can I suggest we do that again?
No.
Can I second that from Councillor Clement Johns? Because I think
there is.
Could I suggest, if we know
We're all talking together. Just a minute.
Sorry. Could I suggest, Lord Mayor, if the 4 votes were 32, we'll assume that the against were still the same. No, okay, maybe not. All right.
Can't do that. That's not legal.
Okay.
I just checked my
Lord Mayor, there is the option of the reactions button.
Yeah.
And that shows hands.
But they disappear.
Well, just put them back up
I
again.
haven't got reactions on mine.
No reactions on this
I haven't got reactions either.
No.
I haven't.
I've
Not
got
voted
some
for
on
it.
mine.
Lord Mayor, can we just put a hand up like this?
Lord Mayor,
Don't
could I
just do this.
suggest that we all just type in the chat for or against?
We could have a small cross-party on the whole.
Peter, unmuted.
What I did, I've pressed, you put your hand up, and I've left the arrow on the raise your hand, and now it's worked. It didn't work before. Just a pity it's not a full council meeting. We could have really had some fun, couldn't we? Really?
Yeah.
We could have a cross.
We'll be having voting in parts next time.
I'm looking forward to that.
Bring Jonathan back.
We could have a cross-party working group while we're on trying to fix this. As Councillor Hurst suggested, we could let the three whips have a discussion while we...
If
Is
we're
this
not gonna get it
democracy
working,
in
long as we
action
didn't
then?
need to
I bet
vote on it.
I bet it's scintillating for the public.
if we're not gonna get it working,
Just give me a minute, please, will you? We're trying to get this right because when it comes to further meetings, when we need to use a voting system and we have to use it like this, we have to get it right. So could we all go on, put the icon, put the cursor on the participants and click on there? That should bring a screen up at the side, at the right-hand side with everyone's names on, right? And then right at the very right-hand corner at the bottom of that, you've got invite, mute me, and raise hand. And if you just click on the raise hand, that should work. That should work what we want to do.
Right, I've not got a raised hand, Lawman, on what you're saying.
No, right.
Same as here, Lord Mayor.
What devices are you on that can't get them? Are you on the council device?
I'm on
Yes,
the
the council device. It usually works, but it's not today.
Have you all got at the side a
Right.
panel?
Okay.
Have you
What
got
we're going to do to try and move this along is this time we're going to do a recorded vote. Okay. Is everybody happy with the recorded vote? Yes.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Okay.
Not show hands, me.
Thank you, councillors. Lord Mayor, Councillor Tony Downey.
Yeah.
Deputy Lord Mayor, Councillor Gail Smith.
Okay. Nightmare this.
Can I just ask again? It wasn't clear here. Is Councillor Gail Smith?
Not on.
Okay, Simon Clement Jones.
Sorry. 4.
Oh.
Sorry.
Okay, Simon Clement Jones.
4.
Bob Pullin. 'Richard Shaw.
4.
Bob McCann.
4.
Chris Rosling Josephs.
Against.
Sophie Wilson.
Against.
Denise Fox.
Against.
Brian Lodge.
Against.
Karen McGowan.
Against.
Angela Argenzio.
4.
Calvin Richards.
4.
Jackie Drayton.
Against.
Lord Mayor.
Talib Hussain.
Against.
Mark Jones.
Against.
Douglas Johnson.
4.
Ruth Mercereau.
4.
Martin Phipps.
4.
Tim Huggan.
4.
Mohammed Maroof.
4.
Anne Murphy.
Against.
Mazza Iqbal.
Against.
Mary Lee.
Against.
Zahira Naz.
Against.
Joe Otten.
4.
Colin Ross.
4.
Martin Smith.
4.
Andy Bainbridge.
Against.
Vic Bowden.
4.
Moya O'Rourke.
Against.
Roger Davison.
4.
Barbara Masters. Shafat Mohammed.
4.
Sorry, can I just try Barbara Masters again? Okay, Abdul Qayyum.
Against.
Alan Law.
Against.
Abtizan Mohammed.
Against.
Sue Alston.
4.
Andrew Sangar.
4.
Cliff Woodcraft. Louis Stagnall. Kate MacDonald.
Against.
Paul Turpin.
4.
Ian Auckland.
4.
Sue Auckland. Steve Harris.
4.
Bob Johnson.
Against, Lord Mayor.
Josie Pazchek.
Against.
Terry Fox.
Against.
Sean Edmeyer Richards.
Against.
Kevin Oxley,
For.
Peter Garbutt,
For.
Jim Steinke,
Against.
Alison Teal, Ben Miskell,
Against.
Jack Scott,
Against.
Mike Drabble,
Against.
Diane Hurst,
Against.
Peter Rippon, Don Dale,
Against.
Peter Price,
Against.
Gary Weatherall, Mike Chaplin,
Against.
Tony Dams,
Against.
Jane Dunn,
Against.
David Baker,
For.
Penny Baker,
For.
Vicky Priestley,
For.
Jack Clarkson, Julie Groscut,
Against.
Francine Johnson,
Against.
Ben Curran,
Against.
Neil Gibson,
Against.
Alan Hooper,
For.
Adam Hurst,
Against.
Mike Levery,
For.
Mick Rooney,
Against.
Jackie Satur,
Against.
and Paul Wood.
Against.
Julian, can I just check that you actually got my vote? Because I was somehow muted myself.
No, we didn't, Barbara. Would you like
Right.
to?
It's 4.
4. Thank you.
Okay, I've got 31 against. Sorry, take that back. I've got 31 for, 41 against, and no abstentions. So that one is lost. We're now going to have to do it all again because we're going to do the substantive motion now, which was the original motion. And over to you, Gillian.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you. The Lord Mayor, Councillor Tony Downing. Deputy Lord Mayor, Councillor Gail Smith.
Something wrong here.
He's muted.
Tony.
Can everybody unmute?
Yeah, I'm just going to say not everybody's unmuted.
I'll try again. Councillor Gail Smith.
She's still muted.
So is Tony.
Can the host not unmute from that control panel?
Listen, I'm on mute because if my mic's open, you can't hear Gillian. So it's only while this vote's taking place.
Yeah, I'll try once more. Councillor Gail Smith.
Still muted. I can't. She's here now.
Against.
Okay. Simon Clement Jones.
Are you sure?
You get that? Okay. Bob Pulling.
Against, my Lord Mayor.
Richard Shaw.
Against.
Bob McCann.
Against.
Chris Rosalind Josephs.
For.
Sophie Wilson.
For.
Denise Fox.
For.
Brian Lodge.
4.
Karen McGowan.
For.
Angela Orgenzio.
Against.
Carlton Rivers.
Against.
Jackie Drayton.
For, Lord Mayor.
Talib Hussain.
For.
Mark Jones.
For a better format.
Douglas Johnson.
Against.
Ruth Mercereau. Martin Phipps.
Against.
Tim Huggan,
Against.
Mohammed Maroof,
Against.
Anne Murphy,
For.
Mazza Iqbal,
For.
Mary Lee,
For.
Zahira Naz,
For.
Joe Otten,
Against.
Colin Ross,
Against.
Martin Smith,
Against.
Andy Bainbridge,
For.
Dick Bowden,
Against.
Moya O'Rourke,
For.
Roger Davison,
Against.
Barbara Masters,
Against.
Shafak Mohammed,
Against.
Abdul Qayyum,
For, Lord Mayor.
Alan Law,
For.
Abtizan Mohammed,
For.
Sue Alston,
Against.
Andrew Sangar,
Against.
Cliff Woodcraft, Lewis Dagnall, Kate MacDonald,
For.
Paul Turpin,
Against.
Ian Auckland,
Against.
Sue Auckland, Steve Harris,
Against.
Bob Johnson,
For, Lord Mayor.
Josie Paschek,
For.
Terry Fox,
For.
Sinead Meyer Richards,
For.
Kevin Oxley,
Against.
Peter Garbutt,
Against.
Jim Steinke,
For.
Alison Teal,
Against.
Ben Miskell,
Against.
Jack Scott,
For Ben. For Ben.
Mike Drabble,
For.
Diane Hurst,
For.
Peter Rippon, Dawn Dale,
Speak
Peter
to the Lord
Price,
Mayor.
For.
Gary
So,
Weatherall,
Now.
For.
Mike Chaplin,
I appear to have
For.
the wrong, the wrong vote. I'm actually for. Apologies.
Tough.
sorry, that's
Typical
Councillor
Liberal.
Ben Miskell.
Apologies. My
Tough.
fault.
Alan, please required in the whip's office at 3 o'clock.
Thank you, councillors. Can I just go back to Councillor Jack Scott, please?
For.
Another one.
Gillian, I think I was muted at that point.
And Councillor Mercereau.
Against. Thank you.
Did you get
Okay.
mine, Gillian?
Haven't been there yet.
All right.
Paul,
Come on.
who are we up to?
Wait your turn, Paul.
Mike Chaplin. Tony Dams,
For.
Jane Dunn,
For.
David Baker, Penny Baker,
Against, Lord Mayor.
Vicky Priestley,
Against.
Jack Clarkson, Julie Grocott,
For.
Francine Johnson,
For.
Ben Curran,
For.
Neil Gibson,
For.
Alan Hooper,
Against.
Adam Hurst,
For.
Mike Levery,
Against.
Mick Rooney,
For.
Jackie Sutter,
For.
and Paul Wood.
For.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
An all-party meeting.
Oh, that was fun.
You get dafter.
You're last, Paul. You're last.
Can I just ask you all to put yourselves back on mute? Thank you.
Oh, you haven't heard all that. You haven't heard all that, have you? Sorry, I were on mute then. Give me that paper back. Oh, I put it on mute so Gillian could speak. Anyway, Again, on that last vote, it's 42 for, 31 against, so that vote is carried. Thank you for your patience. Hope we get it right soon, sooner rather than later. And I'm going to take a mid-afternoon comfort break now. Could we all please be back here for 4:15? Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thanks, Lord Mayor.
So we'll get that break. Yeah, then we'll get the Greg's joined, so he's there. Oh, Greg's here, is he?
Lord Mayor, you might want to mute.
Yes,
You might
I
want
will.
to mute.
Hello, Mick. It's Mary.
Hello, Mary.
You,
All right.
have you seen Boris is giving a press conference, and they've got a new slogan. It's hands, face, and space.
Hands, face, space.
Yeah, knees and toes, knees and toes.
He's done that one before. That should cure it, that, Brian. That
Eyes
should
and
get it.
ears and mouth and nose.
It's unbelievable.
Is it? It's not hands, space, and bumpsy daisy, is it?
No, hands, face, and space.
Oh,
Knees and
It still
toes,
will
knees
be
and
though.
toes.
Go ahead.
It's just, it's bizarre.
Clearly going for the younger element of society.
He's just said, we're just making it clearer. So in future, gatherings of more than 6 won't be allowed. However, they've come about with where you can still. If you've got a family bubble that's more than 6, then you can. And
But only on a Tuesday afternoon.
But it's not confusing.
So,
but 3 of you have got to stand on your left leg and 3 have got to stand on the right leg.
if, for example, there's 8 people in a family, which 2 get chosen to lead?
You know which are your favourite kids then?
Well, it's S Club 7 were making a comeback, weren't they? But they're not allowed on stage together now.
So there is a benefit to this.
Yeah,
well, I'm right excited, Brian.
Does that mean 5's gone in at number 1 then, Brian?
7.
Yeah, the
love
Spice
S Club
Girls are coming
7.
back with 2 becomes 1.
No, steps are reforming. That's even more exciting.
There'll be a lot of worried grannies about
Dragging
now.
core
won't
out next.
It's just hands.
It doesn't help though, does it, with the student HMOs and stuff though? Do you know, they're just going to... It's so hard to know if you've got 2-3 houses together.
How's your business going to cope, Jane? Have you seen what the new slogan is?
Go on.
Hands, face, and space.
Mm.
So how are you going to cope? Don't get your hands anywhere near the face. Well, it's going to be interesting.
Well,
A lot of
I'm only
Jane's work.
taking one at once though.
A lot of Jane's work takes place well away from the face.
Does it?
What are you? What
I'm
are
sure,
you implying
I'm
here?
sure Jane's work is all extremely hygienically done.
Thank you, Sue. And I'm very pleased. No, it is. It's like an operating theatre in my salon.
Treatment
With
for
all the
Sue there.
cautions.
I was going to say, you'd be very impressed, Sue, with my PPE. No corners cut.
They don't need to
Saving
leave
a
with
fortune
stitches,
on
do they,
makeup and
Jane?
lipstick.
So they don't need to leave with stitches, do they? You said your place is like
I'm
an
not
operating
saying what I
theatre.
get up to. I'm not saying anything.
Okay.
Hey.
Okay. Are we all back in our places? Could I first of all say, before we go any further, could we all put ourselves on mute, except for me, of course, but everybody else on mute, please? Thank you. Right. Item 8 is status position in relation to the coronavirus pandemic. The presentation will be followed by an opportunity for members of the council to ask questions. If any member wishes to ask a question, may I remind them that they need to request to do so via the Zoom chat facility, sending their messages to all panelists. Thank you. May I call upon Greg to speak, please?
Thanks, Lord Mayor. I had 4 or 5 slides, which I was going to try and screen share. So if someone can quickly organise the technology, it's been disabled for me, and then I can screen share. Thank you for whomever sorted that. So I will just get these slides up. There's about 5 of them. From current slide. I'll talk for a relatively short space of time because I'd anticipate you'd have lots of questions and the more value in the questions that may come in rather than me droning on. I'll talk a little bit about the epidemiology, but not too much. I'll update the council on our arrangements to manage COVID-19 from a public health perspective, as opposed to the totality of the city's response, and end with some of today's hot issues. As someone has just noted before we restarted, the Prime Minister is talking as we speak, so I'm afraid I'm competing with him, and you may choose to choose to put your attention there. So this presentation was up to date as of today. It will not be up to date as of tomorrow. With that caveat, I shall carry on. Firstly, epidemiology. If you want one place to get a sense of what's happening in England, across the whole of England every week, it's this. It's the weekly surveillance report, which is published by Public Health England on a Friday morning. This is the report from which the watch list is drawn up, and this is the key report in terms of what's happening. It's 80 pages long. It's full of very, very detailed, I think, very helpful information. The only thing I'll draw your attention to now is this chart, which is what's happening in England. The left chart is week 35, the week before last. The right-hand chart is last week. The one thing to note is that the country is becoming more orange. The rates are beginning to rise across the country, and that was expected and will continue into the autumn. And I'll pick up more of that later on. For the geographically challenged amongst you, Sheffield is there. I don't think I need to point that out to anyone in this audience. We are nowhere near lockdown territory according to the way the thresholds are currently defined. Our rates are a lot lower than the rest of West Yorkshire, for instance. They're higher than South Yorkshire, but they're lower than West Yorkshire, certainly lower than Greater Manchester. The red dot here is Leicester, which I think is now out of lockdown. I'm fairly sure it is. So that was the situation the week before last. This is the situation as of this week. Last week will be updated as of Friday this week. Rotherham has tipped into the same space as us. Just of note, Leicester has gone down. The rates have gone down, and the general view from National is that those places that have been in lockdown, however that is defined, that with one or two exceptions, that is achieving the job that's expected. It does push the rates down. We know that the national lockdown achieved that fairly comprehensively, but that came with problems of its own. This is Sheffield from the start of the pandemic to about now. It's 1 or 2 days out of date, but about now. A few things to note. There are two shades of colour, light red and dark red. Light red is the testing that we were doing early on in the pandemic, which was done through Sheffield Teaching Hospital's lab, and is known as Pillar 1 testing. Dark red is Pillar 2 testing, which are swabs that are taken at various places in Sheffield, but the results are processed in the mega labs in Milton Keynes, Manchester, and Glasgow. You can see what's happened to the shape of the curve. There was a fairly steep exponential rise in late March, early April, peaked in May. Lockdown was here. A couple of incubation periods after lockdown, incidence of cases started to decline. Therefore, the lockdown achieved the job that it was intended to. Lockdown was eased here. And you've seen what's happening since. These are rates for Sheffield. The rates are cycling up and down, up and down. I last started to get very worried about here. I had a long conversation with a number of officers within the council. Are we heading back upwards? The analyst told me to stop panicking. This is a fluctuation, and that turned out to be correct. I was wrong. They're starting to go up again now, driven for a number of reasons. One, by an increase in cases in the 20 to 30, particularly the 20 to 25 year age group, which I'll come back onto, and one substantial outbreak, which we're well aware of, is being managed well. These two peaks here are what's happening for what's happening. That will put our cases up. So as of yesterday, the key number is the 7-day rolling incidence, so the number of people with a positive diagnosis per 100,000, and that was 31. A week or so ago, it was about 20. So it is going up. Whether or not that is just the upward tick of a fluctuation that will come down again is uncertain. last time I thought it was a general upward tick and I was wrong. This time I think this is the start of the uptick that will happen throughout the autumn and into winter. That seems to be what's happening at the moment. So if I had to call it, I would say this is the start of the autumn uptick, but we don't know. We can wait and watch that. A few other things to note. You cannot compare this with that. This is generally people who are poorly enough to be in a hospital bed who are testing positive. This is generally young people who are actually quite well. Hospital activity is very low at the moment. It's not negligible to zero, but it's very, very low, and it's fairly stable, with one or two slight signs of an uptick. But certainly it's not something to be terribly worried about because the cohort is quite well. And I'll come back onto that because that's important. Second final point on this slide: 1.8% positivity. Of 100 people who develop symptoms and seek a test, 98% of them, or 98.2% of them, will test negative. Most people who think they have this illness based on their symptoms do not have this illness. So getting a test remains a really important measure of rule in or rule out. And you'll doubtless ask me about testing capacity in a minute, because that is a problem. The geography is shifting. If I'd shown you this graph a month ago, the geography was fairly narrowly constrained around the swathe of wards around the east of the city centre. It's now much more diffuse across a much wider area. Mainly household transmission. The caveat is still fairly low numbers, with two exceptions. One is Darnall. Second one is this is an outbreak associated with a pub down in the southeast. But generally the cases are being a bit more widespread than they were a month or so ago, certainly. Few other things to note. Overall, the numbers are the lowest they were since March. Spatial spread I've talked about, it's more diffuse than it was, but still relatively small numbers. Mainly, but not exclusively, household clusters, mainly associated with more deprived areas, but not exclusively. Ethnicity has shifted. A month ago, ethnicity of the case mix, it was predominantly South Asian communities. It is not now. It's still the case mix isn't still representative of the Sheffield population as a whole, but it's a much whiter mix of cases. So the ethnicity has shifted. Now we've deliberately intervened, and the intervention has achieved what we thought it would. We don't know how that will play out in the future. And lastly, as I've said, the mean age of a typical case is much lower. In March and April, it was in the 60s, and there were significant numbers of people in hospital. Now the mean age of a case is mid-30s and actually coming down. Probably as a result of reduced exposure for old people who are still being very, very cautious as a rule, not exclusively, but as a rule, and more mixing in the younger people. The environmental health officers were showing me pictures that they'd taken of West Street last Friday night, and it does look like West Street is back into back into full swing, which isn't something that any of us want. So we'll be thinking quite hard about that. We have a strategy. The strategy is owned by what was called the Outbreak Control Board, is now called the Coronavirus Prevention and Management Board. The leader of the council chairs it, and it and our cabinet have broadly set the strategy, which is fourfold. It's really simple. Keep people safe, protect those that are vulnerable, reopen Sheffield because we can't live in lockdown forever, and follow government advice. And we act in that order. We deliberately act in that order. We have almost universally followed government advice because it's a fairly dangerous place not to, but there are one or two instances where we've disagreed with government advice, most notably on restarting schools in May, but one or two others. But as a rule, we've followed government advice almost universally. So that's the broad strategy, and in all of the decisions we make, we're trying to stick to those principles, and I think we're largely doing that. There is an operational plan. The link to it for those that want to follow up is there. It's 8 weeks old now, and actually the plan does need to be revised. It still broadly works, but it does need to be revised. The broad chunks of it are there, and I'm not going to dwell on any of the details. But we have an operational management board that Eugene Walker, as the Exec Director of Resources, is chair of. I'm the Senior Responsible Officer, and we have the right operational arrangements to deliver the things that we've said we need to deliver in our strategy to keep the level of virus as low as possible, though we won't be able to keep it to zero. Eradication is just not feasible for a range of reasons. Forward look, next 3 months, I'd contend that the broad strategy is right. I don't think we'll change from that. I think we'll be looking at a rising tide scenario. The impact of school open and university open probably will be substantial. I think we can't not reopen schools. We can't not reopen universities. They're both really important from a whole range of different perspectives, but they will cause mixing of people. That will cause viral transmission. So we will see an increase in rates. That's happening nationally. It's not just a Sheffield thing. We will see what happens on Thursday of this week, but there's a possibility that Sheffield may end up on the areas of concern list. If that happens, I don't think we need to change our strategy. We do need to intensify our efforts around prevention, management of outbreaks, the comms that we do, contact tracing and isolation. But I don't think we need to kind of fundamentally change course. It's possibly, well, no, it'd be likely that we will be getting into much more localized contact tracing. That's been a hot and very political issue. We've worked with NHS Test and Trace. Currently, 74% of cases and contacts are completed. I'd like it to be 85% or more. So there's more we can do there. That needs resourcing from government. It's possible that shielding may be restarted. That would be a national policy decision. If it is, it will look different to this year. And we are having a big push on flu, vaccination, and then all of the other things that go with flu. And of note, look to what's happening in the Southern Hemisphere. Flu has dropped off a cliff this year, which might be because they've got really good vaccination rates. It might be because it's a mild strain, or it might be because washing your hands frequently, wearing a face mask, keeping distance from others also has an effect on flu. There'll be the winter's coming. We won't be outdoors as much. We'll be more inside, and that is more risky for viral transmission. Christmas fairs, bonfire night, Christmas itself, all will be a concern in terms of viral transmission. And I am not saying that we're going to cancel Christmas before anybody asks me. Last slide, my worry list. It is not all over. Anyone that thinks this is all over is woefully mistaken. Cases will rise in autumn. I think we will be living with COVID for the next couple of years. I think COVID-19 will become endemic, just as common cold is endemic. It's very difficult to predict how it will play out. We will not have a workable vaccine this side of Christmas. If I'm wrong, I will eat my hat, and I hope I am wrong, but I don't think we will. So we will be standing up a response to COVID for at least the next 18 months and trying to get on with business as usual. Both of those are important. We're seeking to avoid an imposed local lockdown by our actions as a city. An imposed lockdown will do harm, social and economic harm, there's no doubt about that. The national lockdown did do social and economic harm. We want to avoid an imposed local lockdown. I, by myself, and actually the city council by itself, can't achieve all that needs to be achieved. We need to act as a city, balancing. And what we're seeing at the moment is cases, not poorly people. As I say, hospital activity is relatively to very, very low. So what we're seeing is cases, not illness. So balancing that with medium and long-term social economic impact is very difficult. Testing capacity is stretched now as hoping a transient short-term problem that is manageable, but is creating a lot of problems, actually, operational problems. So we are pushing. We should be testing those who have symptoms only. We're not pushing asymptomatic testing, i.e. if you don't have symptoms, don't try and get a test. There is more we can do to improve contact tracing and isolation, and we're getting on with that. Schools and universities are on my worry list, but equally we have to proceed in that space. Protecting those who are vulnerable, this is really important. So what we're seeing at the moment is largely youngish people, who, from my perspective, public health perspective, not terribly concerning. There are one or two younger people who are quite poorly, but as a rule, no. None of us can guarantee, and I can't guarantee, that we won't see COVID start to be transmitted in older, more medically vulnerable people as we go into the winter. We're all expecting that will happen. So then we'll get back into conversations about shielding. care home residents, elderly people living at home who have medical vulnerabilities. So that's the key thing from a public health perspective. Intervention fatigue, sticking with the programme. We're all sick of it. I'm sick of it. Overly complex guidance versus basic principles. We're way over peak guidance now, way over peak guidance. I have no doubt the Prime Minister is on his feet at the moment, trying to simplify that. I hope he does. I come back time and time again to the basic principles: indoor crowded spaces, washing your hands, wearing a face covering where needed, etc. And I'll come back onto that in the last slide. Hoaxes, there are lots of them. Please let me know when you come across things that sound a bit fishy, because quite often there are hoaxes. The best one is it's all a hoax or a conspiracy theory. COVID, the whole thing is a hoax and conspiracy theory. No, it's definitely not a hoax. It's definitely real. So the core messages are constant. I'm really sorry about that. The things that make most difference in order of impact are: if you have a symptom, get test, stay home, isolate, give details of your contacts, and seek help advice if needed. Stay at home if you're asked to stay at home, identified as a contact. Wash hands, keep distance, face coverings where recommended. Collectively, all of those things matter, but in that order. So, and I shall stop there. That's about where we are. That's about the arrangements to manage, and my sense on the forward look and what may happen in the future. But some of that is crystal ball gazing. So I shall stop there. Take a pause for breath.
Thank you. Just bear with. Right, hang on. I'll get you back. Oh, I've lost it. Oh, goodness me. What is it? It's just dropped out. I've lost the Zoom.
Well, you're on with us. Be careful.
We can see you and hear you, Lord Mayor.
Yeah, we're with you in a minute. Right. Which? Yeah.
I preferred Greg with the beard, just for the record.
Not coming back, Councillor Iqbal. It's not coming. Well, in mind, I don't know. No guarantees.
Right, we're back. Okay, we're back. I've lost you temporarily. Thanks very much, Greg, for that. And I've got a list of questioners here, and I'm going to take them in order as I've received them as they've come in. So, Mark Jones, you're the first one.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you for the presentation, Greg. You mentioned in the 10 hot issues and worries about testing capacity is stretched, and you said in your commentary that you're bound to get questions about capacity. You weren't wrong. I do, however, have some concerns about the narrative on here and the way it's been done. We've seen Hancock for the government saying that 25% of people seeking tests shouldn't be getting tested. I for one, I'm really concerned about this line, because it is suggesting that some people shouldn't be getting tested, and testing is there for us to understand and survey the population and understand the spread of this disease, so that we can better counter it and make sure we keep people safe. So I'm really worried about that. So, questions to you: do you believe that 25% of people presenting for testing in Sheffield shouldn't be? Do you think it's acceptable going into the winter that even at the enhanced capacity government's boasting about now, it would take 6 months to test everybody? Is that helpful in our ability to fight the spread of this disease, this pandemic? And also the confusing messages around who can meet, who can't meet, what venues are allowed and what's not allowed. I was hoping to go to my leisure centre for a swim on Friday. Am I still going to be able to do that? Have you any guidance on clearing up this pool of mud for us, please? Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Jones. In reverse order, I think swimming is still open. I've heard nothing that makes me indicate it's not still open, and I don't think that will change. Well, unless the Prime Minister said something about it now in the last half an hour, which I don't know. The rule change is coming from Monday, not with immediate effect. So I think you'll be fine to go swimming. But more seriously, I'm not hearing of any substantial shifts in the national rules around what you can and can't do sport-wise or leisure centre-wise. People ask me, can I do this, can I do that? The best question I've had today by far is, can I meet with a group of 8 people in my stained glass session? I don't know is the honest answer. So I try and avoid the minutiae of can I do this, can I do that. All social interaction from people outside your family carries risk. You can minimise that risk. The rules are overly complex in my view, so I try and simplify it. I think if you are going swimming, the risk of that is relatively low, is my honest answer. And obviously swimming is good for you, and I know you know that. On the 25%, I don't know. I know there are substantial numbers of people who are seeking tests that don't have symptoms. So one of the reasons why we've got a national lab capacity problem, well, there are 3 reasons why we've got a national problem with lab capacity, and it is the lab capacity, and it's the Lighthouse Lab, the mega labs, Glasgow, Milton Keynes and Manchester, rather than our local lab. There are 3 reasons. One is schools went back in Scotland earlier than Sheffield. That has led to a big hike in testing. Now, arguably, that was anticipatable, and arguably should have been factored into the lab capacity problems, and maybe was. I don't know. Second problem is significant numbers of people are seeking a test when they don't have symptoms. Personal view, in terms of the public health action that needs to follow a test, asymptomatic testing is not particularly high value, actually, certainly not in the circumstances that we are at the moment. Now, it's fair to say there's a substantial difference in view of the science between here and the United States, where they are pushing asymptomatic testing. But in terms of the sort of the concentric circles of value, I start with those that are very, very poorly and in hospital. We definitely need to test those. Then those that are poorly but don't have serious symptoms, or don't have symptoms but not serious symptoms, test those. Asymptomatic testing is at the far end of that, but I know there are significant numbers of people seeking a test with no symptoms. Whether it's 25% of the whole volume, I genuinely don't know. And the third reason why we've got lab capacity problems is people coming back from holidays overseas wanting to get a test to say they've not got an illness, so they don't have to quarantine for the 10 days or the 10 day or 14-day quarantine period. That again is pressing what is a finite lab capacity, and that's what's causing us a lot of operational problems. If it is, as we are told, and I do believe that the DH and other staff are working pretty hard to address that. If it's a genuine transient problem that's 2 to 3 weeks, we can probably cope. It will cause a lot of problems, no doubt about the fact it will cause a lot of problems. But the ask I have with the Department of Health, if it's a longer than 2 to 3 week problem, I want to know now, because we have to work on what our contingency plans are. And then the final answer, sorry, it's been a long answer to a relatively short question, is there's probably a difference between surveillance and symptomatic testing. So Office of National Statistics does a weekly surveillance where they do both antibody and swab test, antigen test. They stick something up your nose for a sample of 100,000 people nationally. That's one of the things that gets fed into the weekly Public Health England epidemiology report. It's spectacularly helpful to me. I'm a dorky epidemiologist. It's very, very helpful to me to give a sense of what's happening to the epidemiology. That's very different to I develop a symptom and I seek a test. That should lead to a public health action. The surveillance is about the epidemiology, what's happening to the population. The surveillance, the 100,000 survey is representative for national. It doesn't give us much insight into what's happening at place level for Sheffield or Rotherham or Leeds or wherever. So just a long answer to a short question, but hopefully that covers it.
It does. Thank you, Greg. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jane Dunn, please.
Thank you, Greg. Quite rightly, our schools and universities are coming back, absolutely 100%. But a lot of our students don't live in kind of purpose-built accommodation. They're going to be living on streets where lots of families are, and they'll probably have 6 to 8 people in a house. So they'll obviously be creating a bubble. I'm just wondering, is the government or public health, because our population is going to swell massively, isn't it? So we're going to have a lot more pressure put on that. Is there any extra funding? Have they put anything else in place for university cities? And how are we working with the university to help communities and people on streets? Do you know, which will quite rightly, I've had people come to me this week that are quite worried, do you know, because they know that the younger generation are the ones that are kind of the highest numbers at the moment. And it's about cohesion, isn't it then? So it's actually, how do we move forward as a city and make our communities feel stronger? So just really, yeah, go on.
So to their credit, both universities and the college have worked with my team, more to the point, who do the actual work, with my team and plenty of other people from within the council, extensively from spring onwards, planning for the moment when we reopen universities. I'm satisfied that both universities and the college, one, take it very, very seriously. 2, have done a huge amount of operational planning for managing how they reopen in a phased and as low risk way as possible. It can never be zero risk. And 3, we have the right arrangements in place for responding to cases and outbreaks as and when they happen, because they will happen, there's no doubt about that. But both universities and the college have gold groups, for want of a better phrase, where they've planned how they open in terms of the teaching environment, the campus environment, the look and feel of how it will work, including the student unions for both universities in on that. I'm happy, and I think we're all happy, that campus learning teaching environment is as COVID safe as it possibly can be. Concern is what happens off campus, which is unregulated space. I mean, student union bars are regulated space. Licensed premises are actually regulated space, and there's much that we can and are doing in that space. What the key concern is house parties and things of that ilk. Now, yesterday's you can't meet with more than 6 from outside your bubble, whatever the rule change was yesterday, effectively ends giant house parties. The universities are being pressed, and again, to their credit, I think they're taking this one on. Will be putting their staff doing kind of softer edged comms and messaging with the student bodies. You know, you have to act responsibly. It's in all of our interests and enlightened self-interest that we have to act responsibly, because the last thing we want is big spike in 20 to 30-year-olds that eventually gets to 60 to 70-year-olds, because then we'll just be in lockdown. That will be detrimental to all concerned, including the students, and harder-edged enforcement with the police. I think the operational details of that need a bit of work, but we'll be in that space. Now, I'm as happy as I can be that the universities and the colleges are going to open safely, but it won't be. It will be a bit of a rocky road, I think, for the next month or 2.
So there is no government have not done anything then for university cities. They're not putting extra testing available for money, etc. They're not doing anything.
There's no additional resourcing for university cities. No, but both of the universities are asking me to establish a specific testing site for students. I don't think that's a very sensible idea. We want more accessible testing sites for the population, be they students or be they anybody else. And we're exploring a couple of sites around Upperthorpe at the moment for the University of Sheffield, which I think will come off. But there's a bunch of technical site feasibility stuff that some of our officers are doing at the moment. But either way, I don't think we'll be establishing special testing facilities for the student population. I don't think that's feasible or warranted, actually.
Thank you.
Councillor Dundale, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I've got a couple of questions really. I want to go back to what Jane asked, Councillor Dunn asked regarding universities. And are you confident, Greg, that the messaging from the universities is actually getting out to students? Because I've been approached by many students at Hallam who are very unclear still about the messaging. I'm also speaking to other young people across the city who are back in Sheffield over summer, and their universities are having testing sites on campus, and they're providing their students with masks, and the messaging is really clear for them. Whereas I feel in Sheffield, I'm not quite sure whether or not our students have got the message. The other thing for me, and that's not their fault, the other thing for me as well will be the mental health support for students that are coming into Sheffield, living in bubbles with strangers that they don't really know, and being restricted to the amount of people that they can meet with these new changes again. Secondly, I'd like to thank you for your quick response to my email last week regarding masks and the wearing of masks. I'm a user of public transport, I don't drive, and I have concerns with regards to the way that people are wearing masks or inappropriately or not wearing them properly. So the whole thing around only covering your mouth and not your nose and wearing it under your chin, and the messaging that we're going to have around the visual messaging, the posters showing the right and wrong way to wear a mask. Can you let me know where we are on that as well, please?
So in reverse order, the council's comms team have done a huge amount of work, and I think they'll continue to do that work. You're very right. Chin straps are neither use nor ornament. In fact, wearing a mask as a chin strap is probably more harmful than anything else, because the benefit of masks isn't the panacea that everyone wants it to be, and that there are risks. We have a mask on and we all touch our face because we're fiddling with it all the time, etc. So if it's around your chin, it's neither use nor ornament. So comms team will continue. They have done a lot in that space. They'll continue to do a lot in that space. On the university comms, both have done a lot. I'm not party to all that they've done, because I'm just not abreast of all that both have done. Both have done a lot. Whether it's landing and whether it's clear and consistent enough, I don't know. We could say the same for our comms. The message is difficult, it's complex. We just keep on at that one. So I'll test with both of the two universities the extent to which what they have done, and I'll see what feedback they've got from the student body, who are beginning to come back to Sheffield now as well. So we'll just keep on in that space.
Thank you.
Councillor Andrew Sanger.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Greg, for the presentation. I mean, very disturbing to see the numbers across the country going up so much, as well as Sheffield in the last week or so, and that's clearly not been about community transmission rather than the opening of schools. So it's clearly going up before the schools were open. I think my observation in terms of schools is the schools seem to have got a good plan, but in terms of moving between classrooms is a challenge. But I mainly wanted to really follow up Dawn and Jane's questions about the universities. And we've all been reading about the university teaching plans, but it's the socialising plans that matter. And particularly the extent of Freshers' Week, and will Freshers' Week be changed? Will it be staggered? We talked about how the universities can cope in terms of where they've got the accommodation, but so many students in terms of second and third years are out in the community, and it's being clear what the communications are, because the university cities like Sheffield, we need to get this right over the autumn.
Yeah, the Freshers' Weeks have been extensively considered by both universities and the student unions, which are obviously separate from the body corporate of both universities. And all parties are very clear. Freshers' Week will look very, very, very different this year. There won't be student union organised mega parties with millions of people all in the student union bar. Yeah, it's not going to happen. What is concerning is that I know there are advertised mega raves. I've seen one advertised a few weeks ago, the students' freshers mega rave. I don't think it's actually happening. Our licensing team have been all over it and have done some extensive investigation. I don't think that's actually happening, but there will be clubs and pubs that want to organise Freshers Week sort of stuff in the normal way, and we'll use the enforcement powers that we've got within our organisation, but also the police, to fairly rigorously enforce. With the four E's that the police often quote, from education through to enforcement, we'll use that approach. I think we'll try not to be overly heavy-handed. And again, to their credit, both the universities and the Students' Union have been pretty hard on the comms. Freshers Week will be different this year. None of us can anticipate in advance how it will play out. So we're sighted on it, we're minded on it. All parties are pretty clear that it will be different, but we will see whether or not we can manage to change what has been time immemorial student behaviour during Freshers Week. It is a concern, no doubt about that. It's a concern.
Councillor Francine Johnson, please.
Thank you, and thanks for the presentation, Greg, and thanks for all your work that you've been doing throughout this pandemic. I have long COVID. This is the hardest thing I've ever had to deal with in my life. It's been extremely traumatic and very frightening, and it's been a huge challenge, both physically and mentally. I first got COVID in March and have since suffered a cycle of relapse and recovery that is shared by almost all long COVID patients. In July, I had a major relapse, and that was harder to recover from than the initial COVID infection. I'm now, on a good day, I'd say my capacity is probably limited to around 50% of what I was able to do previously. During periods of relapse or on a bad day, I'm mostly bedbound. I know that the NHS has launched your COVID recovery service, and I'm very aware that this is directed mostly towards hospital discharges and is restricted only to those who have tested positive for the virus. Many people with long COVID, like me, first got ill in March when there were no tests available. You know, we are part of the herd immunity experiment gone very wrong. So we don't have that. Most long COVID patients did not have severe cases. They weren't hospitalised. Many are young, in their 20s and 30s. They were previously healthy. So it's a very different profile to where your COVID recovery has been aimed at by the Department of Health. So I'm completely reliant on my GP, like most long COVID patients are. I'm extremely lucky. I've now got a fantastic GP, and she's been absolutely brilliant. She's referred me on for further testing. So I have a MRI brain imaging scan coming up for the neurological symptoms I've been suffering and the brain fog, and I'm also referred to neurology. There's increasing research coming out now that people, even who have had mild cases of COVID, may have serious long-term health implications. That these are, you know, there's lots of health conditions now coming out of COVID, like POTS, postural orthostatic tachycardia, and myocarditis, heart conditions. Also, brain damage as well is another common long-term effect of COVID-19. And basically, my questions are we doing anything in Sheffield to try and gather data on long COVID? I know there's recent research come out of Bergamo in Italy, which has showed that 50% of the people they called back in have now got long-term symptoms and are suffering long-term. So my first question is, are we doing anything to capture data? Secondly, I'm getting fantastic treatment from my GP, but there's a huge disparity in the way that people are being treated by GPs in the city. I'm in touch with a number of other people who have long COVID in the city, and the disparities are enormous. And some people are experiencing, you know, the problems that many people with immune conditions and people with disabilities like ME have experienced for years from the medical community sometimes, where people aren't been believed and people aren't been taken seriously. So what has been done to raise awareness amongst GPs and primary care I think this is probably one of the most critical things, is to ensure that all GPs are aware that this is a serious condition. And are we doing anything to ensure that people are getting from their GPs then the right referrals that they need? So, you know, it's often a complex picture. Are they getting referrals to cardiology? Are they getting referrals to neurology and things like that? Thank you.
That's a long question. In short, I'm sorry to hear that, firstly. Secondly, I'm happy to hear that your GP seems like it's working out. As a rule, primary care in Sheffield is pretty good. In fact, no, it's brilliant, actually. We knew very little about, in fact, we knew nothing about this virus 6 months ago, zero, because it was a brand new virus to humans. We know very, very little about the epidemiology of long COVID. I think an emerging field is rather over-optimistic description of what we know. The picture is coming together slowly and in a bit of a hodgepodge, higgledy-piggledy way. One of my staff has done a significant piece of work on the impact of COVID, which I think is coming to the Health and Wellbeing Board, so it'll be a publicly available document in the next few weeks, I think. And long COVID is one of the chapters in that one. I think I'm right in saying recommendation 1 of the long COVID chapter is more structured surveillance and epidemiology, because what we've got is hodgepodge brought together from stories that people tell us rather than something that's structured and systematic. Now, that's always the way these things develop. Eventually, we'll get more structured and systematic surveillance. It took many, many, many years to get an asthma register, for instance. We now know, an awful lot about asthma because we record it. So, and then in terms of the response of primary care and the broader treatment model, I think I'd be fair to say, and I may be doing my GP colleagues a disservice here, that it's a bit hodgepodge, it's a bit higgledy-piggledy. Some GPs will be really, really on this because they will have personal experience of patients of theirs. For others, they may not have come across it yet. So there will be a lot of work we need to do over the next few months next few months out to a year, to upskill and up knowledge our clinical community, particularly the GPs that see most patients, but probably also beyond. So it's a hodgepodge and higgledy picture with emerging intelligence that's coming from lots of different places that isn't half as systematic and structured as I wish it to be. That's my kind of honest answer.
Councillor Mohammed Maroof, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Greg, for a comprehensive report back. There's a number of questions I've got, and I'll try to keep them as short as I possibly can. One of them is, when we last had a discussion, I think that was quite some time ago on a Zoom meeting, we always had areas that we were concerned about. Do we have any areas in the city that we are concerned about? And if we do, what action are we putting in place from the lessons that we've learned from the early on in the pandemic? And are we raising awareness in those areas? And are we creating intervention measures? That's question number 1. Question number 2 is, a lot of people have been contacting, and I'm sure my colleagues across the council have been contacted regularly. Mental health is becoming a huge issue as a direct result of COVID-19. And the percentages, and you will probably know far better than I do, are substantial, in particular around OCD sufferers and various other mental health issues. The question there is, what can we as a council do, and what sort of partnerships are we having with the NHS and various other people, because people are really, really struggling. And with the announcement that's been made a couple of hours ago, I would imagine that struggle is going to get far worse as we move into the darker nights and the difficulties that people are going to face, especially if you're living alone. That's my question number 2. Question number 3 is related to my shadow portfolio, which is around schools. I'm getting a lot of feedback from schools, and that is around, and you've already touched upon this, an increasing rate of infection. And I think we've already had 3 or 4 schools in the city who have already reported positive cases. And that in itself is worrying. But secondly, the other part that's worrying people is two things. One is if your child has had a positive diagnosis, and obviously they'll be sent home. And clearly there are working parents who have to then put in place certain measures to actually take care of the children that have been sent home. There is that concern that's starting to develop amongst people. And another concern that's developing amongst people within schools is around the teachers themselves. There are some very vulnerable teachers and school staff that are actually working in schools and school environments that are extremely concerned, because as the research is starting to show, and you touched upon it, is that younger people can sustain this pandemic better than older people who are vulnerable. And therefore there is a lot of concerns amongst teachers as well, that they're concerned. And how are we working with with schools and teachers, considering
deliberately or by fuck up?
No, it's just oh god, I'll put them down there because I've finished them off now.
Seems to be some sort of interesting conversation going on behind there. But anyway, in terms of school staff, because we are in charge of the primary schools, but we're not responsible for academies. And a lot of schools are within academies, and each academy will have its own ways of dealing with this. And sometimes I think staff within schools find it very difficult to raise concerns with their employees, because it's for the fear of difficulties that they might create in a human resources sort of way. So that is my third question. And my final one, and I will stop on this, is places of worship. And I know that this has been a problem across the country in various areas. Is there going to be a capacity of 30 put on places of worship as a result of the announcement that's actually been made today? And that, I think that's all my questions. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you, Greg.
So in reverse order, places of worship, a number of 30, I don't know, Councillor Mohammed. I've not heard what the Prime Minister said, so I genuinely don't know, but it's a possibility, is my suspicion. Schools and vulnerable teachers, all schools, both academies and grant maintained schools and independent sector schools, and any other school I can think of, have worked extensively with our Director of Education, people in my team, and Learn Sheffield, to basically conduct comprehensive risk assessments and implement those risk assessments, both in terms of how the school building operates, how the staff operate within the school, and individual health and safety risk assessments for every member of staff over the summer. The significant changes have been made to the way that the school buildings and the school staff operate. The concerns around very medically vulnerable staff have all been addressed by either the National Shielding Guidance or school by school risk assessments. There probably will be staff who may express concerns, and I think they need to take those up with the head with the head of the school, but probably by exception with me. But I'd prefer not to be having to risk assess lots of individual scenarios, because I'm not competent to do it. I'm trusting that the risk assessment that's happened is fairly comprehensive and fairly robust. So I don't think, I'd be 99.9% certain that we're not asking staff to work in risky situations that shouldn't be there, mental health, I would be preferring to not set up specific mental health services to deal with the impact of COVID. Mental illness is mental illness, and we should improve our mental health service, we should improve our preventive mental health offer and our services to treat people who have a mental illness, from low-level, broad preventive council commissioned or provided services, right the way through to specialised services that are commissioned by either the CCG or NHS England and provided by the Health and Social Care Trust or other. They should operate together and collectively, and I wouldn't want to set up a specific mental health service for those whose mental health has been affected by COVID. That said, we underinvest in mental health services, no doubt about that, and have done for decades. There's no doubt about that. And there are improvements that we should make to mental health services, but I wouldn't treat COVID specially. I think we should improve mental health services. And lastly, on other areas of Sheffield that I'm particularly worried about, not now, I'm worried about Sheffield now as a whole. If you'd asked me the question a month and a half ago, I was very worried about a swathe of suburbs on the east of the city centre. It was very clear that that's where cases were happening then. And we intervened. We established a number of new testing sites in the east of Sheffield and pushed really hard with community-oriented work in those wards. With some success. We kept viral transmission pretty low, actually, and we shifted the nature of the epidemiology away from this being something that was predominantly about the South Asian population to it being about the population. So that intervention worked, no doubt about that. But what we've seen is a much more diffuse but still fairly low level spread across the whole of Sheffield. So there aren't particular areas of Sheffield I'm particularly worried about at the moment. It's Sheffield more broadly.
Thank you. Councillor McRooney, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Greg. I'll try and keep it brief because we are rapidly running out of time. One is an observation, and I just wondered what your thoughts are on it. It's the fact that when we put lockdown on limited parts of the country, we impose it, and then about a fortnight later we take it off, and then about a fortnight after that we put it back on again. It just seemed to me to be rather a strange system that as soon as you click over a particular number or whatever it might be, then you get lockdown and then you're out of lockdown, and it doesn't seem to work as far as I can tell. And the other, because I realise there's probably a lot of other people wanting to get in, it's about enforcement. The rules are complicated. They change every day. A lot of people are confused about them. But the biggest bugbear I've got is the non-enforcement of the ones that are clear. And that is about travelling on public transport, particularly buses, trams and trains. And the number of people that get on to a bus without a mask on, and as far as I can see, there's absolutely no reason why they shouldn't be wearing a mask. And nobody seems to have the responsibility for making sure that those rules are applied. Thank you.
In order, thanks, Councillor Rooney. Lockdowns, I don't think there's anywhere that's been in lockdown, out of lockdown, and now back in lockdown. I think there are plenty that have been in and now come out. Leicester being the obvious poster child for that one, which was the first to be local lockdown, and that has achieved the desired result. Actually, rates have come down. They're still a bit high actually in Leicester, but the rates have come down, and there's been a whole range of interventions associated with that one. There is the general view that I'm hearing from Chief Medical Officer is that where areas have gone into lockdown, then with one or two exceptions, the interventions associated with lockdown, which is really shorthand for fairly intense set of interventions, some of which might be heavy-handed enforcement and restriction of people's liberties of one type or another. But with one or two exceptions, that has achieved the desired results and pushed the rate of illness down. There are exceptions. There is a very difficult conversation to be had about if the Area A was, so Bradford has been in lockdown. There's a very difficult debate to be had about should that be the whole of Bradford, or should we look at the areas within Bradford where transmission is much higher and not have lockdown in other parts. It's a very difficult one to resolve, and I've mixed views on that on both sides of the equation. I've lost my train of thought. On enforcement, yes, there's always a case for stronger enforcement. Face coverings on buses is the kind of the obvious thing, as you've raised. Face covering use is much higher than it was. That I think I'm right in saying nobody has the legal responsibility to enforce, and what we're trying to do is to not turn bus drivers into the police. Trains have British Transport Police and can enforce, and I think do have the legal powers to give spot fines. I think I'm not a lawyer, but I think I'm right in saying that bus companies do not have the same powers. I think I'm right in saying that one. Then I've just missed the where I did lose my chain of thought. One of the things that we are finding is that the legal powers that we have under the Coronavirus Act aren't as strong and clear as we would like them to be, and there's quite a grey area between guidance and what's enforceable under the law. As the lawyers frequently tell me, guidance is guidance, the law is the law, and they are slightly different. So as we move forward, I think many authorities are seeking some fairly urgent clarification from government on what our powers actually are. It's quite a difficult space.
Thank you. Councillor Angela Argencio, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you, Greg, for the report. I have two quick questions. One is about whether there is any data about the efficacy of the tests that are delivered locally. We've heard a lot about false positive and false negatives. Have we collected that kind of data and seen how many tests are having to be repeated? And my other question is about, again, the local testing facilities, and it's about key workers and people who work with vulnerable people that have to be tested regularly by their employers. For example, people in care homes or just people who work with vulnerable people, where the employer wants them to be tested on a regular basis, because the kits are really difficult to get hold of, even for care homes. They're really struggling to have tests delivered. So can key workers go to the local centres to be tested if they are asymptomatic? Just because if they are asymptomatic, they could still pass the virus on to rather vulnerable people. Thank you.
Two questions. Accuracy of tests is measured in two metrics known as sensitivity and specificity. Sensitivity is the most important one, which is the proportion of people whose test result is negative who actually don't have the disease. The lab sensitivity is in the order of 98%. So they're very, very, very accurate tests. What happens is in the real world, you don't take the swab properly, or something happens whilst you're processing the swab and getting the swab back to the lab. The real world sensitivity is in the order of 85%, there or thereabouts. There isn't local data on that, but there is national data on that. And I have no reason to think that national is any different to local, really. They are not perfect tests, but they are good enough for the purposes that we're using them, but there will always be some false negatives and occasionally false positives, but they're less concerning. There is changes to testing technology on the horizon. In the next month, you may hold me to that, not my making, but in the next month there will be saliva tests, probably routinely and readily available, which you basically spit on a stick and it gives you a result within 20 minutes. They are less accurate, but the trade-off is speed and coverage. You can get much bigger coverage across the whole population, but they are less accurate. But for the moment, we're reliant on swab testing. Someone sticks something up your nose and that gets sent to a lab for processing. They are they're as accurate as they can be, and there's reasonably good quality assurance on that nationally. And I think that the Lighthouse Labs participate in that one. On care home testing for asymptomatic, the national policy is care home residents should be tested every 28 days. Care home staff should be tested every 7 days. It's a Department of Health run programme. I'm sadly not responsible for it. I wish I was. And you are very right that for asymptomatic testing, care homes are struggling to get hold of the kit. Many directors of public health up and down the land, including me, are pressing the Department of Health very, very hard on that point. I'm more concerned about staff than residents. The Vivaldi study told us very clearly that it wasn't residents that were causing infections, it was staff. And I'm not blaming staff here, there's just a statement of epidemiological fact. It was staff coming in and out of home. So we really, really need to get on top of that one before autumn sets in. I'm not comfortable about that it's not running properly at the moment, but I'm as least uncomfortable as I can be. But if you ask me in a month or so whether or not that's not running, I'll be very, very uncomfortable. So many directors of public health are pressing the Department of Health on that one with some urgency, because it needs to be sorted ASAP. It should have been started in early September, and we're now in early to mid-September. So the policy's clear. The operational arrangements are reasonably clear, but it's not yet rolling, basically.
Sorry, my question was, can the staff use the facilities being asymptomatic, because they can't be tested otherwise?
Yes. My personal preference is no, because it would be very, very, very difficult operationally to manage that. Just the way in which the processes work at the swabbing sites and then linking the test results to a particular care home is probably not operationally possible. So my strong preference is to manage that care home by care home by care home. That's the way the national system is set up, with its faults and imperfections. But the big caveat is that is not, we were told it would be rolling by early September. It is not yet rolling. So that needs sorting with some urgency. Many of my type are pressing the Department of Health very hard on that one.
Okay, Councillor Sue Alston, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Greg, for the update. I was going to ask some key questions about students, but I think they've largely been covered. So instead, I'm going to ask you, Greg, something a bit more optimistic, because we need a bit of optimism. So let's say, despite your eating hat promise, that we do get a vaccine available, say early in the new year. So if we assume, and I accept this is an assumption, that the first thing we're going to do is immunise care staff and maybe the most vulnerable. So GPs will probably be able to cope with the very vulnerable, the people who've got other health problems, and hospitals will probably be able to look after their own staff because they do the flu jabs already. But what plans can we put in place to immunise whatever other groups are identified as a key priority? So that, I'm guessing, would probably be people who work in care homes and in domestic care settings and other key worker groups. So are we making plans, and what plans can we make to make sure that when the vaccine comes, and it'd be great if you do have to eat your hat, but whenever that vaccine comes, we can say, yeah, we're ready to go. Thanks.
I too hope I have to eat my hat. We are not making local plans. There is a national plan. NHS England will be the responsible for it. It's possible that we will be using our mass vaccination and treatment plan to mass vaccinate large segments of the population. Remember, we were planning for pandemic flu, and it didn't play out like that. It was a coronavirus, and it just didn't play out as any of us anticipated. But one of our plans within pandemic flu was the mass distribution of treatment, Tamiflu, antiviral treatment, and the mass distribution of vaccines in a big centre. It's possible that we could establish a mass vaccination centre somewhere in town and push people through that. That would probably be able to cope with care staff that can't be managed through the normal employer arrangements, or where it's a bit more difficult, and the social care sector is a bit more difficult, and vulnerable patients. So that's one possibility. The second possibility, which is well established, is we'll use the same arrangements as we use to do flu vaccination, which is time immemorial, well trod, where primary care vaccinates the elderly and those with long-term conditions. Employers seek to vaccinate as many of their staff as they can get their hands on. When a COVID vaccine is available, I think there'll be a lot of demand for it. I don't think we'll have to push too hard on that one. So we are pushing really hard on flu vaccination this year, because the last thing we want is a high impact flu year along with COVID. So we're pushing to minimise flu. When the COVID vaccine is available, we'll probably use the same arrangements. And they broadly work for us operationally.
Councillor Steve Harris, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Greg. I was also going to add some questions about the harder edged enforcement, which I think you've touched on. Although I would mention I have experienced, incidences where in supermarkets people have abused the sort of the wearing face masks and all the rest of it. Public transport is an obvious one, and obviously now that the leisure industry, students and young people are, moving back to Sheffield. So you've covered that. My question, real question is, from your broader perspective now, how do you feel that the balance between central government and local, Sheffield and central government, how do you think that is from a broader perspective? Not all that long ago, you were talking about not having the tools in terms of immediate data. But I'm just wondering, not just from your point of view as DPH, but also your perspective in terms of the other partners involved. I just wondered where you thought how we sat in terms of that relationship, where it's falling down, and so on and so forth.
So I certainly narrowly defined public health, and I think more broadly defined, I think it's shifted decisively. Early on in the response to the pandemic, it was very centrally Whitehall driven, must be one way, must be this way. It was clear that was far from optimal. That's perfectly apparent. The appointment of Tom Reardon, who is the Leeds Council Chief Exec, to be what was either contained programme senior responsible officer, was a very clear signal from government, so an acknowledgement that we cannot only do this nationally. Tom's intervention was significant. It was very, very impactful, very quickly. Tom had his 12 weeks. I think he's gone back to have a rest, to be only the Chief Executive Leeds City Council now. Carolyn Wilson, Chief Executive of Oldham, has taken over. I think the balance has shifted decisively away from only national response to national and local, both parties. It can't be only local, it can't be only national. Both levels of geography need to work in tandem with each other. Certainly that's the case for public health, narrowly defined. It remains to be seen, but I suspect there will be some renaissance of local government. In what shape and form that looks, I don't know. But I think there's acknowledgement from a large parts of government, both civil service and political, that the intervention of local government has actually really, really helped embed some of this stuff locally. Lockdown wouldn't have happened if it had been driven by Whitehall. It was our officers and our staff and our councillors who are out there in our communities that were pushing the right messages in the right way, that acted to swiftly impose lockdown and are now trying to unpick lockdown, but as I say, keep the balance between unpicking and viral transmission. That can't be done from Whitehall, and I think there's a lot of acknowledgement, both tacit and explicit, within Whitehall that the local has mattered actually quite a lot. So I think it's important for all of us to capitalise on that going forward, because it would be easy to get to the end of it all and say, thanks local government, now you can get on. We need to kind of probably use that as an opportunity to strategically engineer the best future we can for local government in that. But I do think the balance has swung decisively in the past couple of months. It's still not quite right, and it's still not quite as perfect as I'd want, but it definitely shifted for the positive.
Thank you I do agree that we need to capitalise on that sort of that shift towards some local.
I agree. Yeah.
You know, make the most out of, you know, in the months and years going forward. Thanks, Greg.
Thank you. Councillor Mike Lavery, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you, Greg, for the update. I have a question about care homes, particularly in the north of the city. There seems to be a wide disparity in the way they operate with visitors and the residents taking exercise. So at one end of the scale, you've got more or less lockdown conditions in some care homes, with just the odd visitor allowed and very little exercise taken, right through to a variety of visitors able to come in and regular exercise for the residents. Have we got a standard approach to this?
Yes, in short.
Can we give some guidance? Because some constituents are concerned, particularly with lockdown.
So yes, we do have a standard approach. Now I'll just talk you through the key points. We're working within the national guidance, and the national guidance is says the Director of Public Health needs to say it's okay that care homes can accept visitors, and I have said it's okay. What we've said is that yes, the home can have visitors, but it has to be subject to high quality infection prevention and control. So that has to be risk assessed, because we've seen what can happen in care homes when an infection sets in. There have been too many deaths in care homes. No two ways about that, and there's no way of sugarcoating that. There have been too many deaths. So we've seen what can happen. That happens year on year on year. When flu gets into a care home in winter, old people die, and that happens year on year. We've seen this happen with COVID, and we don't want to go back there. So what we're trying to do is balance the epidemiology, the public health impact, the risk of introducing infections into care homes, with the benefits. There's no doubt about the fact that there are benefits from being able to visit my gran in a care home, and not doing so, that has harm. So we're trying to balance those two things together. But we've said to the homes that you know what will work in your setting best, so you need to be responsible to that. So we've very clearly said to our homes, we can't force you to accept visitors. You need to decide whether or not you can make that work. We will help you in any way we can, but you need to work out, can you do that within the conditions on the ground in that particular home, which will vary from place to place, and different homeowners will have different attitudes to risk. Which is proving very problematic, and is proving quite a hot issue in my inbox in all sorts of ways, shapes and forms at the moment. Much of the risk of infection and the consequences of that, and the benefit of visiting and the consequences of that, much of it is very, very unquantifiable. So we're trying to steer a course through that one, imperfectly, I might say, and it's proving a very hot issue. But just of note, the DAS and I were having a heated but broadly agreeable conversation this morning about how to steer the best course through that. What we can't and shouldn't do is force the independent care homes to act in a certain way. We can help them try and achieve the right balance, but we can't force them to do what they feel they're not prepared to. That would be an awfully difficult place to be. But I accept there is variation, and it's a bit regrettable.
Thank you. Unfortunately, councillors, we've reached the guillotine, and I do want to ask, well, first of all, let me say, because of the complexity of the questions and answers, it's taken a bit longer than I would hope to have got all the questioners in, but unfortunately I can't do that. Can I suggest that we note the information reported and thank the Director of Public Health for his update? Is that agreed? I would take silence as affirmation of the meeting. Okay, thank you very much, Greg.
Thank you. Hardest job interview of my life. Until next time.
Well done.
Hope I got the job.
So now what I'm going to, what I want to ask councillors now is, do you agree to suspend standing orders for 30 minutes to 6 o'clock to offer tributes to former councillors, and also a vote of thanks to Councillor Blake? Is that agreed? Yes. Right. Okay. Shall we deal with the first? I'll deal with the first one first. The first is a tribute first. Councillor Pat Midgley. Pat passed away on the 29th of March 2020. She was due to retire from the council in May 2020. She was first elected to serve on the City Council in May 1987 and served 33 years as a councillor representing the Castle, Nether Edge and Manor Castle wards. She chaired various committees during her time on the council, mainly in the areas of environmental health and standards, licensing, housing and education. More recently, she was chair of Healthy Communities and Adult Social Care Scrutiny Committee and the chair of the East Local Partnership. Pat was Lord Mayor in 2000 to 2001. Now, we've had words with the whips, and because of the time, it was agreed by the whips that Shafat Mohammed would and Andy Bainbridge, Abdul Qayyum and Douglas Johnson would, that's representatives from each party, would like to speak on behalf of Pat Midgley. Is that okay? Yeah? Okay, so can I call upon Shafat Mohammed, please, first?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Terribly sad news emerged in relation to Pat. I mean, we were made aware of her illness around Tuesday, I think it was, Lord Mayor, and you know, fingers crossed at the time we thought Pat is always a fighter and she'll pull through. And unfortunately, within days, we heard the sad news. I think it was a Sunday from memory, Lord Mayor. I'm sure the colleagues will remember as well that we heard this very sad news that Pat had died. I mean, I've known Pat a long time, not only in the council, but actually away from the council, in terms of her work and the work of her husband, actually, particularly around the Friends groups in Norfolk Park. Pat has always been well respected, you know, whether it was in the Manor Castle area, but also previously around Sharrow. And she, you know, I got a lot of comments from community members, and they didn't really care about the political divide. They said it's such a tragedy that one of your close friends and colleagues has died. And I said, it was, given that there was that fantastic article about Pat and David Baker, actually, that appeared in the Star a few weeks earlier when both of them had announced that they weren't seeking re-election. So a real tragedy, a real loss, a really bubbly character, you know, remember doing various roles within the council, but also very active out there in the community, and of course the period as Lord Mayor, and always very, very polite, always accommodating. And I, for one, will really miss Pat. I you know, would have wished her well for her retirement, but clearly, tragically, due to COVID-19, you know, I'm sure, Lord Mayor, we will have some sort of ceremony, I know we will, for a lot of our colleagues who passed away, but particularly Pat, as and when we come out of COVID. And it looks like we're not going to be able to do that this year, but clearly we will have a gathering of some sort to, you know, to meet with the family and others, but also actually as colleagues to come together and remember, not just Pat, but a number of other colleagues. I would like to speak about Keith Hill, Lord Mayor. Would you like me to wait, or would you afford me the opportunity now as well?
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah. You want to do it now, Shafat, please?
Yeah. Thank you. I mean, Keith was a very close colleague of mine. Clearly, from a slightly different generation, if I can say that. You know, he was a school headmaster, and in my dealings with Keith, I often got that from him. I first kind of really interacted with Keith when we went to a by-election in Leicester South. Soon after I got elected, and I went with Keith. Keith drove me down there, and it was fantastic to be able to interact and engage with him. And it was no surprise, actually, Lord Mayor, that when we took control of the council in 2008, that Keith was, you know, in conversations with Paul Scriven, who was leader at the time, I had Keith as one of my advisors around the environment and parks and countryside. And he had his own particular way. I think he would have been very frustrated with the technology today. If laptops weren't working, Keith had a particular way of dealing with it. But I always found Keith to be a real networked into his community in Dawn Totley. Lots and lots of people knew Keith, and clearly, you know, our thoughts and prayers are with Keith's family, particularly his wife Angela. And again, a bit like Councillor Pat Midgley, we weren't able to go, and all other colleagues were able to speak to Angela. We are really saddened by the loss of Keith, and our thoughts and prayers are with his family. And the Lord Mayor, thank you for allowing me to speak about Keith and Pat. Thank you.
I forgot to mention that David Baker was down to speak for Pat as well. So David, do you want to come in now, please?
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. I particularly asked to speak about Pat. Shafak has covered many of the things that I would say about my colleague Keith. He was a fantastic person, and as Shaf said, he had a way of his own, and that made him very, very special. He was a brilliant local councillor. But I did ask Lord Mayor, and thank you for letting me in to speak about Pat, because I was her deputy back in 2001 when she was Lord Mayor, and she was 104th Lord Mayor, and I was very proud and privileged to follow her. But between Pat and myself, there developed a sort of a distance, but nevertheless a very deep friendship, because we were constantly exchanging views. We were both whips of the group, and she was a very, very special person. And I make no bones about it, I'll be perfectly honest, when on that terrible Sunday, when we got the message that Pat had died, I burst into tears. And still now speaking of her, I feel it. She was a wonderful, warm, generous person. With Pat, what you saw is what you got. She was unintentionally funny. Many, many times she'd make you laugh, and she probably wouldn't know why you were laughing. But she got this terrible thing very early on. And probably like Francine, I believe why she caught it. She probably caught it by doing what she did naturally and meeting with other people and going into people's homes and trying to help people in the community. That's how she worked. And I wouldn't mind betting that that was what Pat walked into. And in those early days, of course, we didn't know how terribly fearsome this virus was. But thank you, Lord Mayor, for giving me the opportunity to pay my respects to Pat, and I wish all the best to Don and the family. And thank you again for letting me speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Andy Bainbridge.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This is a sad but an honourable duty to be able to pay tribute to Pat. I didn't know her for the years that many other people did, only for but years when I had a great deal of respect and really felt what a wonderful person she was. She was only a small person, but she was larger than life in her personality. When I first joined the council, one or two of the people who've been around a long time, and I think other people who came on the council with me will appreciate this, we were viewed with a little bit of suspicion by some of the people who've been here for a long time, but not Pat. Pat really made us welcome from the start, and she was always there with a cheery word, and if you needed help with anything, she was always there. And it was so noticeable that if I stayed on late after a meeting, which wasn't all that often, but occasionally I did, Pat was always still there, because she was always helping somebody or doing something for somebody. And I used to be concerned about her going home, and she said, "Don't worry, I've got a taxi organised," because although I was going in a different direction, I would have, of course, taken her home first and then gone home myself. But she was always sort of last to leave. She was always there with a kind word for everybody and helpful. And I was devastated, I think more than shocked. And I will agree with David Baker. I too shed tears when I heard the news. I just couldn't believe it, that such a wonderful person had succumbed to this dreadful virus. And Francine, you have all my sympathies. You really do, with this dreadful disease. And we lost a really good one, as they say, in Pat. We became most big mates, really, I suppose, by sitting next to each other in council meetings, in the council chamber. I got to know her really well. But most of all, we fumbled our way through the technology. I'm not the world's best at technology, but for Pat, it was just real confusion. And, you know, it was, you press this button, you press that button, and 9 times out of 10, I ended up having to press them for her. And the wonderful memories that I've got of her. And the worst thing was, of course, I couldn't go to her funeral, and that really, really hurts. But we knew the time of the funeral. We were told 12 o'clock, so I did, like I know a lot of people, thought about her at that time. And got to be careful because I'm welling up now. You know, she was a wonderful person, and she'll be sadly missed by the council, by this city, and by everybody who knew her. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Abdul Qayyum. Councillor Abdul Qayyum.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Sorry, just unmuting myself. Lord Mayor, it's a privilege to be given the opportunity to say a few words and pay tribute to one of our very long-serving and best-loved councillors, who obviously is no longer with us, the late Councillor Pat Midgley. Like so many other colleagues, I was absolutely devastated when I first heard from my colleague Councillor Mazhar Iqbal about her passing away. Lord Mayor, although I've only been a councillor for about 4 years, a little bit less than Pat's exemplary 33 years of service, I had actually known her for well over 20 years, both personally as well as in her role as a Sheffield councillor. Pat was a very committed to her work as a councillor, both in the town hall and her local community. She was so dedicated to the communities that she worked with. I know a lot of people, even in the Asian community, who actually rang me up, like Shafak Mohammed was saying earlier on, when they first heard of her passing away, who were, you know, very, very sad, because she had befriended a lot of people during her years as a councillor. She, of course, served in many different roles, as you've said earlier on, including that of Lord Mayor. And she was actually a fellow magistrate on the Sheffield bench, where she provided a great deal of support to me in my early years on the bench. She loved working not only with people, but for people. She never failed to amaze me with her bounds of energy, as whenever I had the cause to call her at home, she would often be working till late in the evening, making herself available to anyone who needed any help. She would never turn anybody away. Her door was always open, and she was always ready to put that kettle on to offer a cup of tea. Lord Mayor, underneath that very warm, wonderful and welcoming exterior lay a staunch and formidable character who would fight for her cause to the end, especially with regards to social justice and equality. And above all, Lord Mayor, what I remember Pat for most of all was her ability to bring humanity into everything that she did. She always put people first. She had a smile for everyone, and what I can only describe as, you know, as a heart of gold in the truest sense for all that time that I had known her. My thoughts and condolences, Lord Mayor, to her family and her huge circle of friends, who I'm sure will have lots and lots of loving memories. Pat Midgley, rest in peace. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Douglas Johnson, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Actually, first of all, I just want to send best wishes from all our group to the other Councillor Johnson, Francine. It's actually very moving to hear what you've been through, and we're all really, really sorry to hear that. It's an awful thing to hear just how long, and it matches with one or two other stories I've heard from people who've had it really badly. So that must be really awful, Francine. So very best wishes to you, and, you know, onwards and upwards for getting better. And it's kind of the weird thing that with the last 6 months, we haven't seen each other around in the town hall. And it's, you know, we perhaps don't realise when we missed each other. And just thinking about what Pat Midgley went through, you know, in those last days, it's of course been a really tragic time, you know, to be hospitalised when there are so many barriers in place between you and the people that you love the most. And that's really awful. I just want to say that it was an honour and a pleasure to work with Pat Midgley. And I say a pleasure because I joined the council in 2016 and my first scrutiny committee was the Health and Adult Social Care Scrutiny Committee, which Pat was chairing. And so this was new to me being on a scrutiny committee. And I just really, really appreciated the way that she, over the course of 2 years when we were working there as a group, that she helped to bring that group together, that scrutiny committee. And of course, I played to my role as an opposition councillor. She brought people together. We did eventually find ways of working together to really hone in on the issues that we were looking at. And I think actually by the end of that 2 years, when I left the committee, it was actually functioning very well. And I think what was key to that was Pat's style of leading it in a very unassuming way. She was keen to bring people in, but equally she was very keen to get to the bottom of the things that really brought her into politics in the first place. So Pat never lost sight of the fact that actually she really cared about the health and well-being of the ordinary people in the city, of everyone amongst us. And it was that drove her. So she didn't lose sight of that. And that was what was underpinned by her warmth and humanity. She was a councillor for the right reasons. She was doing something for her community, and she always did that. So it was obviously quite devastating to hear, what had happened to her in March. Yes, like everyone else who's spoken, I too. It's a rather strange thing with grief that it comes unexpectedly and uncontrollably. And yeah, it was a very, very sad time just to hear that really quite shocking news. So I think we all have marvellous memories of Pat, and long may that continue. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. The next tribute is to Howard Knight. Howard passed away on the 10th of March, 2020. He was first elected to the City Council on the 4th of May, 1978, representing the Sharrow Ward, and he represented the Firth Park Ward from 1987 until he left the council in 1994. Howard was Deputy Chair of Housing Committee in the early 1980s, Chair of the Works Committee in the mid-1980s, and was Chair of Finance from 1988 to 1992. And I'd like to call upon Andy Sengar, please, first to pay tribute to Howard.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Clearly, this is quite difficult because obviously Shauna's in the room. Clearly, on behalf of my group, clearly this does go back a long time. When I joined the council, Howard was very much a ferocious and robust chair of Finance Committee. The debates then at full council were much more robust than the gentle ones that we have now. And so he did. As a young councillor, he did come across to me as somebody who knew his material. But I think as you got to know him, I learned three other things, really. I mean, the first was, however robust he was in terms of his debates against the opposition, he was equally robust in terms of debates within the Labour Party. So it was nothing about the opposition. It was the way he was. He fought tooth and nail for what he believed in. The second thing was he taught me what to say in terms of dealing with journalists when you don't want to deal with journalists. He had some good tricks that he knew on how to get rid of journalists and how not to be quoted when he didn't want to be. And I think the third thing to say on a more personal note, he clearly cared about other things about council services, particularly children's services. And I know that when our daughter died, he was very kind and very generous in terms of contributing contributing to the well that we had built in our daughter's name. So I know Howard was a caring individual, and always did the best for the city. Although we were often on different sides of the debate. So I'd like to remember Howard. I'll leave it there, Lord Mayor. But I will be talking about other people as well later. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Sinead, would you like to speak?
Oh, yes. What I'd say about Howard was that he was fearless, and when he saw things that weren't right, he wanted them sorted. He first became a councillor because David Blunkett said, stop carping about how awful this council is and get stuck in. So he did. I think when he was the Deputy Chair of Housing, deputy to somebody called Clive Betts, they just brought in a load of stuff that we now think is dead obvious, but which was revolutionary at the time. They allowed council tenants to choose what colour they wanted their front doors painted. They brought in an appointment system for repairs. They brought in multi-skilled operatives so that you didn't have to have 3 workers out at once for possibly 2 jobs. And he worked with Taras because he was very much about people being involved in their own communities and working with people rather than just representing. And he was a bit nerdish, I would say. I can still remember being woken at 3 in the morning by him saying, okay, I've just read the finance bill through for the 5th time, and I've worked out where there is a loophole that will bring in an extra £6 million for the council. And the district auditor said, yes, you found it. We'll now close that loophole after you've used it. He worked for the Labour Party as their local government officer, and he was passionate about local government being the place that changes things for people, and he had no time for corruption in any of the councils that he had to sort out. And he always said inefficiency is stealing from the working class, and he meant that. He had no time for people who thought that they were more important than the people they represented. He also worked on improvement abroad in Bosnia, El Salvador, Sierra Leone, Kosovo, Somaliland. You name a dangerous place and he's been there. He'd come back with stories from monitoring elections about ballot boxes being set on fire, ballot boxes being taken away at gunpoint, and about people queuing in Georgia in sub-zero temperatures for hours in order to be able to vote. And that made a big impression on him, how important democracy was to those emerging countries. He also, 5 years ago, was in Belarus and was shocked at the corruption of the election there, when he said, that's the first time I've seen an election without democracy. And I think if he saw what was happening in Belarus today, he'd be rooting for those crowds of people out there pointing out that their election has been stolen. In other things he did in his youth, just so that you know, he smuggled money on behalf of various organisations to the ANC at a time when it was a prescribed organisation. He had courage to do that. He absolutely loved his children and grandchildren and could see no wrong in any of them. And finally, when we were told that he had a week to live, he held a goodbye party, which was attended by hundreds of friends from all around the country and indeed from abroad, because they wanted to come and see this brave and stoic man. As you can imagine, he was also incredibly difficult to live with, but I wouldn't have missed it for anything. Thank you.
Can you unmute me? Thank you, Shonette. Thank you very much, love. Right, we're almost at 6 o'clock, and I was hoping that we'd get all these tributes in. Now, it's entirely up to the people out there whether you want to continue this or whether you would like it put it on the next agenda.
Next
to pick
agenda.
up on all those that haven't been, and the ones that haven't been spoken about at the moment is Mike Bauer. I mean, Keith Hill's been touched on, George Matthews, Alf Mead, and of course Olivia Blake. So, you know, I don't.
Next
know
meeting, Lord Mayor.
Sorry.
Next meeting, I think.
Oh, we can do it in 20
Give it
minutes. Can we?
justice.
Yeah, I support that. Are we close to finishing the tributes for Howard Knight this meeting?
We've got 2 more for Howard, so I can continue with that until the end of Howard Knight's tributes, and then we'll move the others on to the next meeting if everyone's in agreement with that.
Agreed.
Okay. Then can I call on Jim Stein, Councillor Jim Steinke, please?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I kind of knew Howard nearly 40 years, and I'm conscious that a lot of people in this meeting won't have known Howard at all, let alone for that long, and in very different ways, both politically and socially. But he was also my landlord at one point, and how on earth Shannon lived with him for so long, I don't know. But anyway, that's another story. But I really wanted to correct a couple of things that have been said about Andy has said about him being robust with, you know, with the opposition, robust within his own party. I think he was robust with everyone, and I think that was one of the things I loved about him, was that thoroughness that he kind of respected of people and gave in return, and that worked. And also, I think that Jenna's saying that he was a little bit nerdish. I think he was absolutely obsessively nerdish. And again, that was one of the things that I loved about him, because I think it was that passion to get things right. And I think it's at that generation of politicians in the 80s, when I was first on the council, who were there very, very, very pragmatic in terms of wanting to get things done, but at the same time determined to get things right. And I think that, you know, Shannon's given some examples of how that worked in practice. So what I'd like to kind of finish, and I'm conscious of time, is really just to say just how much he loved Sheffield. It was, you know, that was one of our shared loves. He loved democracy, and I think that sounds quite a heavy thing to say, but whether it was here, kind of nationally, or abroad, it was that concept of democracy and that being the lifeblood of so many people. He loved having fun, and we had sort of like, there's no time to go into kind of stories there, but he also basically loved life. And I think that is, anyone that had any contact with Howard, I think would realise that he had that love of life. And I think that that's an enormous loss for anyone that's known him. Obviously, kind of the thoughts have always been with Shannon and with the kids and grandkids. And I think that if you don't know anything about Howard, then talk to someone that does, and you'll get a sense of why people loved him. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
And finally, Kelton Rivers, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I did say I will not cry today, but hearing the names of Howard Knight and Pat had me teared up. And it's coming to an end of the day, of a very long day, but it's really good that we're paying tributes to those who have touched our hearts. I met Howard when I moved to Sheffield, the first person who welcomed me. And we met working for democracy. So I have not met him when he was a councillor, very long time ago, but he made sure that people were included, have voice. The last time I saw Pat was when we were saying goodbye to Howard. Everyone knows who knew Howard, knows how funny he was, how humorous he was. And the first thing he said to me was, "This is the Labour's lost. You should have been Labour, Carlton." The love he had for people, to bring them together, got me to receive so many messages from Somaliland. The people who remember him in Somaliland have kept emailing me and texting me and calling me to pass my condolences to the family, but also to Sheffield for having such an amazing person who actually cared about both nationally and internationally. I remember the first time I met him, we were talking about democracy, but I think he Googled me and he realized that I was a health equalities researcher and I was eating a burger. And then he laughed and said, you talk about health inequalities and you're eating a burger. We kept on listening to each other's jokes and family. He would call me and say, what do you want to do for Somaliland that I can actually give voice to you? What do you want to do for the Somali community here? But also believing in the fact that with all my experiences of academia, children's rights and safeguarding, that I could actually make change. And I think my lovely brother from another mother, which is what I used to call him, has never given up trying to get me to stand, but he never actually asked because he was not sure whether I would be political with all the things that we share for human rights, but also the fact that I was in other jobs and in other things. What I carry today is how much the Somali community and Somaliland community in Sheffield came together to actually pay condolences to each other for losing a friend. Not only Sheffield is not the only city that lost a brother, but I think in all these countries where there are people who have no voice, that he supported them, will miss him. But we also should always remember how funny and how lovely and how a believer of people's rights he was. And I'm not going to cry, I'll probably do it later. But thank you for giving me this opportunity, Lord Mayor.
Well, I think, can I just say thank you to everybody? And well, you've made me cry anyway. But thank you all very much.
You each all get a chance.
Thank you, Sinead. And thank you on this sad note. Thank you to everybody. That brings to the end of business for today. As I say, we will put the others on the agenda for the next meeting so that we make sure we pay tribute to everybody that has been involved with the council. Okay, so
Well
thank
done.
you very much for your attendance.
Well done, Lord Mayor and the Democratic team. We need to thank them as well, working behind the scenes. So well done to making it happen today with all the problems.
Okay, thank you all.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.